is the PTZ Optics Move 4K, a smart camera built for fast-paced sports action. It follows the players automatically with smooth, accurate tracking. No camera operator? No problem. Control it from a joystick, a phone, or let it run on its own. With crisp 4K video and easy streaming, it fits right into your setup. Perfect for schools, clubs, and live sports broadcasts. PTZ Optics, professional video, made simple. Brought to you by RTAV, your broadcast AV partner.
Want to play chess but don't know how to get started? Try chess.com. Play for free against someone at your level or challenge one of our friendly computer bots. Trying to improve your chess? Learn the Queen's Gambit and other openings with guided interactive lessons. Like chess but don't want the pressure of playing games? Chess.com has hundreds of thousands of fun puzzles to help you relax and sharpen your mind. Play your friends, make new ones around the world, follow the latest games, and more. Sign up and play for free at chess.com today.
Are you struggling to get better at chess? A Chess.com premium membership is here to help. Train with unlimited tactics to become a strong chess player. With puzzles of all levels, you will beat all your friends. Our library of interactive chess lessons will improve all parts of your game. Just like a friend who has your back, the computer analysis feature will give you feedback on every move you play. All of this and much more.
Only, I think, 5,000 rupees a month or something?
No, plans are affordable for all, along with a 1-month free trial, so that you can take your game to the next level.
Upgrade to Diamond now, because Chess.com is best.
This is the PTZ Optics Move 4K, a smart camera built for fast-paced sports action. It follows the players automatically.
Welcome everyone to the final day of the Quantbox Chennai Grand Masters 2025. A warm welcome to everyone here. One last day, guys. How are you all?
Doing very good. I think a very exciting day for Masters since we already have a winner, Vincent Keymer. But I think an even more exciting day for the Challenger section.
Definitely. There's still some competition going on for even the first spot, which is currently in the hands of Pranav. But Abhimanyu Puranik and Liang Mendonca are trying to catch up and take the first spot if possible. Yeah. And the race is still quite exciting, I believe.
I think the challengers will be a very big story of today's commentary because the winner gets a spot in the Masters section for next year. But more importantly, the last round dynamics are very interesting. You see, the round starts 3 hours in advance. And all the players have a kind of schedule that they follow for 8 days. And now suddenly on the 9th day, they all have to break that. They have to wake up early, maybe go to the breakfast early. There's no lunch before the game. Maybe they'll get hungry in between the game. So I'm actually expecting some short draws, but some blunders also.
Are you a morning person? Do you like playing morning rounds? Or when you were an active player, what would you have preferred? Playing in the evening or playing in the morning?
I just like following a kind of routine. So always when you are in a chess tournament, you have 8 days. Nicely, you have planned everything. Every day is going as per plan. Suddenly the last day, you're like, oh, I don't want to change everything. You know, that's the problem. But I think the players who are professionals know this, yeah, because there's a closing ceremony that happens on the same day. You have the guests coming in. It's important to start the round a little bit in advance, but not easy.
Speaking of the chief guest, I think we have someone today, right, Sagar bhai?
Yes, we have today the opening move being made on the top board of Vincent Keymer and Robson. It's going to be very exciting. We have Vincent, who has already won the tournament, but we have today Robson, and Vincent said he wants to win at all costs. You know, it's a very important game for him. We have James Fisher, Quantbox UK head, who's making the first move, pawn to e4. A big shout out to Quantbox for supporting this tournament. Without their support, the Chennai Grand Masters 3rd edition would never have come to life. So a big thank you to them.
So, quick question to you, Sagar. In this tournament, you said there might be a bunch of quick draws. Which match do you think is going to be the most exciting, and which match do you think is going to end up maybe in a quick draw.
I think those players who are not fighting for the top spot maybe will quickly draw. I have a feeling that perhaps Avonder and Vidit might take a quick draw, or Jordan and Anish might do that as well. We have Nihal versus Pranav, although in that game I think both will fight. And Robson, Vincent, I think this is the game, even though Vincent has won. You know, the thing is, Vincent is at 27-30 at the start of the tournament. He has 16.5 points he has gained. If he wins this game, he goes back home 2750 plus in published ratings because it's the last tournament he's playing for the month. I think that's something to play for.
Most definitely. And I actually made an interview with him yesterday, and he also told me that even though he won the tournament, he doesn't have time to celebrate. He really wants to win today. He really wants to still fight today, keep himself together. So that also just goes to show that he's definitely going to fight today to get back home with that 2750 on his name.
So if let's assume you were Vincent and Robson offers you a draw on move 10, do you take it?
But there's no draw offer.
No, I mean, let's say there's a repetition. We're going into Berlin. I know he played d4, but let's just humor me. You know, like let's say it's move 10, 15. The white player repeats. I think in the Catalan you have this knight h5, knight f6 repetition. Do you go for it or do you continue playing? Considering the fact that you've already won the tournament, you are in world top 10. There's not much more to gain except for that prestigious 2750 rating.
Yeah, I think in general, what these youngsters do is play a very uncompromising brand of chess. You know, I was always thinking like, oh, they'll try to play for draws in certain games, and Vincent having black will do this, you know, play it easy because he's in the lead by a point. But he never did it. And which is why even today, look at his opening choice. He's gone for Queen's Indian, and which is a very fighting weapon, not the standard Queen's Gambit declined or, you know, Slav defense or something like this. So this is my feeling that Vincent is out for blood.
No.
Absolutely. And a3 by Robson is also a pretty, I would say, fighting weapon as well. You have many different lines here from the black side. You can play bishop to b7, bishop to a6, and my e5, which you know, goes into this sort of Benoni type of structure where black targets the d5 pawn, white defends the d5 pawn. But of course, if that happens, I'd be surprised because it's not as common these days. I would expect bishop b7 from Vincent, I would say, in this position.
So bishop b7, I have a question for our audience here today. Knight to c3, and now if bishop e7 is played, then what is a very good move for white here? Guys, can you guess what would be a good move here? And a3 move comes in a bit handy here. What would you do?
So it's about black should have played that move a bit earlier.
Yes.
To get control in the center. But since black has not done that, we should capitalize on it.
Yeah, we should try and play against this bishop here. And maybe if there's anyone, you can shout out the move. B4 is possible, maybe not the best move, but the move that was recommended by the boy next to you. What's your name? Nitin. Well done. D5 is the correct answer. You block the bishop, and now even the bishop can't come to B4 to destabilize this knight, and we have complete control on the D5 square.
Right, I love this move actually because next move we can play e4 and gain full control of the center, get our bishop out, castle without any problems, and black is going to suffer with space. And meanwhile, we already have this position on the board. Yeah, Vincent hasn't played bishop e7 yet.
So very important moment, guys. Either you go d5 or you kind of risk yourself getting into an inferior position pretty sure that Vincent Keymer knows this and he's going to play it.
I'll be shocked if that wasn't the case. I mean, in this tournament, he's been very well prepared, very well put together. So I would guess that he would play d5 here instead, because he's always really, really sharp in the opening parts. And maybe he barely even has been in a worse position ever in this tournament.
Yeah, what a smooth ride it has been for Vincent, guys. When the tournament began, if I had to choose like 2 or 3 favorites to win the title, I would have definitely, I went for Arjun Erigaisi, Anish Giri, maybe Vincent features there, but I wouldn't call him the absolute favorite here. I think this victory is one of the biggest victories for Vincent, right, in his career. Of course, he's won freestyle chess in Weissenhaus, but this win, perhaps is the strongest tournament he's won.
Maybe in a classical format.
Yes.
Yeah, for sure. I think fully agree with you there. And also, breaking top 10, I would say for any chess player is a very huge milestone. So yeah, by the way, while the players are thinking here, there is a game between Awanda, Liang and Vidit, where Sagar, you made a prediction that this might fizzle out into a draw, and that's what it looks like as well, because both of the knights are traded off the board, and Awanda is also offering a queen trade on the board as well. So either this is some very deep preparation, which his clock is suggesting at the moment, or this is just straight draw.
You know, there's this, if I'm not mistaken, there's this American player, Oparin,
Yes.
who plays this line a lot, perhaps, with white, if I'm not mistaken. And there are certain plans in this line which could show some ambition, but against a player like Vidit, perhaps it's unlikely. You know, Vidit is known for his positional chess, and maybe it's just to play a line where you test your opponent for a few moves, and if he responds accurately, then it's a draw.
Right now there is Queen e6 and Queen e7. Kinshu, if you could play this position as black, which move are you choosing and why?
I would probably go for Queen e7. Queen e7. Problem with Queen e6 to me is that if I can take back with the d pawn, and because of that pin, and I don't really like to take here with the f pawn, even though it looks like there could be some tactical purposes of taking with the f pawn and going for this
short
line.
Castle and putting pressure on the f2 pawn, perhaps from the black side also it's possible.
But I'm a bit annoyed by the d7 square. I am not so sure. Maybe I would go with Queen e7 instead.
I mean, they both kind of look very equalish, but yes, you are right in pointing out that both of them are more or less fine, I would say, for black. There is another move there, King d8 as well,
What?
which I just saw, which was one of the better moves.
Oh my god. Crazy move. If castles, you want to go rook e8, yes?
Yes. Oh, I was showing a very cool tactic, but it doesn't work, yeah? Okay, let's actually create that tactic on the board for our audience. So let's say white goes queen to g4. Black plays c6 to kick the bishop away on b5, and white plays bishop to a4. So for our audiences, it's black to play and win.
Ooh,
Oh, nice.
tough question here. Queen takes f2. You found it. What's your name? Josh Smith. Okay, very difficult to hear the names here, but I got your move correctly. Queen takes f2, rook takes f2, and beautiful checkmate because this rook is pinned. So while this game is kind of even out of the opening, there's one player here who is, I think, come out in a very ambitious mood today. He's the top seed of the tournament. He started off with a bang, 2.5 out of 3, but then I think was not feeling well and slowed down considerably. But now today, is Arjun Erigaisi going to fight for the full point?
Ooh, right. I think it's possible. Looking at the position, a c6 pawn immediately caught my eye. It just looks something, like a little imbalance that Arjun could take advantage of. And I think that's going to happen. I really hope that Arjun is back into, his good old game where he's trying to beat everyone. And he might as well just do his best and beat Karthikeyan today.
Right, and this
We have
position, yes.
We have the Rosso Limo, I think, on the board.
Let's just show the opening moves. It was Sicilian by Karthikeyan, who's in a fighting mood. Bishop b5. What an amazing tournament Karthikeyan has played. He has scored 4.5 points out of 8, which is the same as Arjun. So actually, this game is the battle for second spot.
Oh, wow.
Yes, that is true.
Bishop g7, h3, b6, and white has castled here. Black has the bishop pair. White has this beautiful pawn structure. It's going to be a very strategic game. We'll see who manages to use the imbalances better. Will Arjun use his pawns better, or will Karthikeyan use his bishops better, open up the position? Very interesting battle.
Absolutely, and I think, as rightly pointed out by Kencho, those c5, c6 pawns are the main worry for black in this situation. White does want to break open the position with b4, which is a very typical break inside the Rosso Limo structure. So black usually plays e5 and white goes a3, b4, and you can break open on the queen side. That's idea number one. The second idea is you can also play a4, and you can also try to undermine the structure. As you can see, there is a7, b6, and c5. These pawn structures, you want to undermine them and hit them in the middle. So a4, a5 can be a plan to loosen up that structure and bring the knight to c4 and put some pressure in this position. Both of them ideas quite interesting. I think white playing on the queen side for the most part, black trying to maybe find some counterplay on the king side exactly via e5 and knight e7, short castle, perhaps even f5 if the position allows it. So it will be a nice positional battle. I think it will be interesting to see who comes on the top.
Okay, fantastic explanation there, Sahaj. We want to check the all Dutch battle. That is between Anish Giri and Jordan van Foreest. And we expected maybe they are peaceful. They're like, both of us not fighting for top spots. Should we play it calmly? But I don't think they are doing that. Yeah, they are going for a very aggressive line. Jordan does play knight c3, allowing the Nimzo Indian. Queen c2, the classical variation. Castles a3, you take, and he plays his pawn to d5, which is a very interesting line. e3, b6, trying to put the bishop out on a6. And now b4 by Jordan. The engines are like, not particularly best. Jordan, you haven't developed your pieces. Your queen is just out on c3. What do you think about this move?
I am not so sure. I mean, it's nice, to take more space always when you're playing chess, but it's also very, very important to develop your pieces, put your king into safety, and that's what's missing so far. I also feel like maybe b4 is also sort of missing the point of solving the issue with the c1 bishop, because that bishop is currently just stuck on c1. All of the pawns are blocking its options. So I feel like it's just simply slow, not really developing any pieces. I sort of agree with the engine here.
Okay.
I think I looked at the stats here, and b4 has been employed 4 times in this position. The position has around 150 games. So b4, it most likely is preparation from Jordan's side. And the idea seems quite clear to me. I think it's to target c5, or it's to find a way to counter c5, because that's why black played b6, right? Black wanted to break open the position with c5. So I'm guessing there will be some deep variation here with b4, c5, where white gets a small edge, which Jordan can capitalize in a long game, which is what I'm expecting here. Although the top move here is quite interesting, yeah, because black can play a5, b5, and then c5. Now, I think this is a bit difficult to play, because especially if you don't know it, it might be a bit difficult to play. But yeah, regardless, looks very interesting.
Yeah, this idea with a5, b5 and pawn push to c5 looks so interesting, because you're trying to take advantage of the fact that white isn't well developed here. And yeah, it's going to open up the bishops. For example, takes, bishop b2 would be really nice, but that's where you start playing dynamically. You go with knight to e4, attack the queen. And here's a question, I think, for everyone. Perhaps queen here to b3, maybe it doesn't work tactically, but there are always these ideas of queen f6, attacking the rook, f2 point is soft, could become very dangerous.
That's a very typical idea inside the Nimzo Indian, to attack both f2 and b8. In fact, in this position, I would always be careful of moves like knight takes f2, for example.
Yes.
Now, whether this works or not is, not the question. The question is that it exists. And as long as a threat like this exists, I will always be afraid of it, because king f2, there's queen f6 check.
I'm actually very surprised that it doesn't work.
Yeah, I mean, I think it requires some deep calculation. I'm guessing maybe at some point, white plays bishop b2, you move the queen out of the way, and then white plays c6 or something. And actually, it's a quite interesting position, because after c6, you paralyze the black knight on b8 permanently, and white essentially plays, with an extra piece, even though you have not captured that piece, which is a bit strange. But yeah, regardless, I think white does have a good position here. So, but you still have to be careful of knight takes f2 ideas.
Right.
Regardless.
But I like this b4 move. It's a fighting move. It's a fresh move. It makes Anish think. It's actually taking the battle onto him. Guys, this is a fighting game that we have. So we have an Arjun game that's fighting. We have the Jordan game that's fighting. Vincent is going to play for the full point today with Ray Robson. So we're going to have many exciting games here. Nihal versus Pranav. Another game between two youngsters of Indian chess. I think both want to prove that they can actually finish on a winning note. Nihal on 3.5 out of 8. A victory here would get him to 50%. While for Pranav, who's kind of debuting in a super tournament, 4 out of 9 would be a phenomenal score, a phenomenal start for someone who's rated 2597.
Absolutely, and this would be his first win in the tournament as well.
He scored 6 draws out of 8.
Yeah, 6 draws, and his only losses have been against Vincent and Avander so far. But I think some very exciting chess from Pranav in this tournament, and overall a great debut.
Yeah. And by the way, this is a very popular line that has been played by both the players. Again, Nimzo Indian. Today is day of Nimzos, yeah? We have had 2 games, and b6 is similar to what Vincent also did with Ray Robson. e3, bishop b7, bishop d3, castles, and when black goes c5, white plays this slightly weird move, knight a4. With this, he wants to perhaps question the bishop on b4, doesn't want it to take on c3, and black quickly opens up the bishop to go back to e7 square.
I actually quite like this position with white. I mean, we're going to take back with the e-pawn. We're going to take over the center. Bishop is looking at the king. We will soon solve the knight a4 issues. And I think this can become a very interesting game, a very dynamic game as well. So I have a feeling that this might actually become Also a fighting game between
Yes.
between the two youngsters.
A3 played.
A3 is a
Yes.
very, very nice move here. I think just to adding on to your point, I think this is why he's playing A3 because he wants to bring his knight back to C3, right? So if black plays bishop E7, E takes D4. I mean, naturally speaking, I would play a move like D5 here because I want to go into this IQP, but somehow white can throw C5. And
Beautiful move.
beautiful move. And suddenly white is, I would say, white has a sizable advantage in this position. There's B4, bishop F4, rook C1.
Have to be careful here as black. You can't just push your pawns forward. D5 is a positional error, which is why many times black goes D6 in such positions and takes a hedgehog-like structure. White will have space. So another fighting game we are having. And yes, we have reached this position with bishop E7 and E takes D4.
Absolutely, some very exciting chess in the Masters section. Sagar, maybe we should also switch to the challengers.
Let's go.
Because there are some, there are three players who are fighting for the first spot. The first one being Pranesh versus Harshvardhan. And what is this? Is this Petrov?
You know what Pranesh in his interview yesterday said that I'm in good form and I'm going to win today.
Oh.
Confidence. That's confidence for you. And if he wins, there are no questions asked. He becomes the champion of the tournament with 7.5 out of 9. That's an insane score. Pranesh already has a performance of 28-18. He's gaining 22 ELO points. A win here will take it to like 28-40 or something performance.
Wow.
That's just insane.
And also, I think beating Abhimanyu with the black pieces, I think, really turned things around for him in this tournament. And he has not stopped since. It's his third win in a row, I think, against Vaishali and Harika. And now he's playing Harshvardhan, who, by the way, has employed a very solid opening. I would say it used to be Anish's favorite, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, this is... you mean from the white side?
From the black side, no? Anish used to play Petrov.
Yeah, Anish used to play, but now Nepo is one of the biggest experts of the Petrov. It's supposed to be a super solid weapon. So Harshvardhan is like, Pranesh, I know you want to play for a win. I'll play the most solid opening out there.
Yes, exactly. So maybe you will overextend and maybe Harshvardhan will have some chances there. So bishop E3, knight to D7. I think some moves have been played. Yeah, long castle here.
And this is such a fighting move by Pranesh. He's like, look, I know that you want to take on F3. I know you want to double my pawns. But every doubled pawn gives an open file. And I'm ready to take this risk. Pawn takes, opening up the G file here. That's very important. Now rook comes to G1 and puts pressure here.
Yes, bishop D4 can also be a play, which by the way was played in the game as well. Black goes queen D7 after king B1.
King B1, maybe a small inaccuracy here. Queen D4 could have been better, but could be deep preparation by Pranesh. Queen D7 and now attacking the pawn on G7.
Yup, black goes rook to G8 to defend that pawn. I think this is the moment that Pranesh is thinking. Now, I have to say I'm a little worried because in the Petrov, at least from my own experience, I can say that if you don't get a good advantage, 0.3, 0.4 advantage out of the opening, it is very hard to convert because Petrov is one of those openings that doesn't give you that many imbalances, right? You have exchanged the same knights. Both knights have been traded off the board. And also, the pawn structure is generally on the same side. It's 4 versus 4 on one side, 3 versus 3 on the other side. So not a lot of imbalances present on the board at the moment. So if you cannot find a sizable advantage in the opening, it's hard to convert. So this might be a tough game for Pranesh ahead.
That's very important. Yeah, I think, what do you feel? Like Pranesh, is he feeling comfortable right now? Is he feeling, not a good opening choice now to win from this position is tough?
I think he definitely went for the win here. I mean, he's definitely trying to win in this game, and he might regret the opening choice. But he just, he just needs to be precise, and then, he can move forwards. But it's very, very difficult and important here to find those precise moves that are going to give him maybe a slight edge where he can win. And he actually goes for bishop d3, putting some pressure on the h7 pawn here.
Wow, look at these two bishops lined up against the rook here and the pawns. So you're right. And also one thing to remember is if Pranesh draws this game, he reaches 7 points, which means that he confirms himself a joint first place, and then there'll be a playoff. So in a way, it's not a bad idea at the end of the day to say, okay, I'll play the playoffs.
I mean, from Pranesh's perspective, right, he's playing against the only international master, of course, a very strong player in his regard, but in comparison to his other compatriots who are, just half a point behind, it might just be much better for him to finish it off in the classical and not go into the playoffs, because anything can happen in a playoff.
And also his opponents in the playoff, if Abhimanyu and Leon both win, will be quite strong.
Yes.
Yeah, for sure.
Absolutely, it will be a very, very strong one. Although in their defense, I mean, they do have much harder pairings, I would say, in comparison. Firstly, they are playing with the black pieces. Pranesh has white, and I think Leon is playing against Adiban,
yes,
which is not an easy opponent.
Let's go to that game. Adiban with the white pieces. He feels pumped up today. Adiban, the beast, who, was India number 3 or 4 at some point, 2,700 plus. Of course, right now, his rating has come down, but in this tournament, has played incredibly well. He has 6 draws and 2 wins. So he has been undefeated, and he was feeling so good yesterday. I have a feeling that he's thinking, let's go for another win today. Bishop d2, Catalan is on the board. Queen c2, c6, and now
h4. So, this is probably one of the things that I would love to mention here, that Adiban is a great player, but I would say he's also the perfect opponent if you want to play for a win by any color, because when you play as black, one of the biggest risks you run is your opponent is just being sort of solid,
super solid,
super tight, and you're not able to break through. And Adiban is giving Leon what he wants here, because Leon wants a game, he does not want a draw, and Adiban never takes a draw. So,
and actually, we just got our fact of the day from Rakesh Bhai here. It is actually Adiban's birthday today.
Oh, wow. Adiban born on the Independence Day of India. Yes, we should mention that, guys. Happy Independence Day to everyone. Today is the 15th of August. So it's actually a beautiful day today. And we're going to see some amazing action of chess. Adiban's going to celebrate his birthday. Later on, we'll be cutting cakes. We have had so many cake cutting sessions here, right? We saw the birthday of Vishnu Prasanna here. We saw the birthday of Diptayan Ghosh. We saw the birthday of Sahil yesterday, one of our co-commentators. So many birthdays. And today, Adiban.
So many strong chess players, except for, are born in August.
Exactly, yeah. I think even Pragnananda is born in August. There's
It was his birthday as well during the tournament, if I'm not mistaken.
If I'm not mistaken, it's also Tanya's birthday on the 20th of August.
Right.
So many good chess players are born in August.
If your kids are born in August, maybe you can think about chess more seriously. Okay, Bishop f4, and right now Leon is thinking, he is wondering how he should place his pieces. There is this very interesting trap which I want to show, which will not happen in this game, but is worth keeping in mind. Let's imagine that you play a move like a6, white castles, and then you play something like b5. I take and take. Now white to play. What would you do here? So quick. So quick. How strong are you? What's your rating? 1975. 1875. That's already very strong.
Already very strong.
Amazing. Bishop to c7 traps the queen. And if you had done it one move ago, which is very interesting because I did it once in my game, I thought I had trapped the queen. I was very happy. Unfortunately, my opponent gave a check and then got the queen out. So
that sounds like pain.
yeah, that's why I always put my king to the side, before doing this. But anyway, this is not going to happen. And we are right now at this position. Leon is thinking there's one more game that we have on our hands. This is between Iniyan and Abhimanyu Puranik. A very interesting battle here. I was actually witnessing how such battles are kind of planned behind the scenes. Because, Abhimanyu is here with his second Kushagar. And at night, somehow when I was commentating yesterday for Gukesh's games, they were there. And I could see them working so hard. And I'm pretty sure that the other players' team was also working equally hard. So what we see in tournaments is players fighting for 4 to 4.5 hours here. But the amount of planning, strategy, which opening to choose, what will my opponent do? All of these behind the scenes action is quite intense.
Absolutely. Yes. And, it does surprise me a bit that Abhimanyu went for the Slav. Because if I'm going to play for a win as black, why am I giving you the option of c takes d5? Because if I went Slav exchange in this position, it is very hard to win as black,
right?
Correct?
But I think they were banking on Indians' fighting spirit.
Yeah, that could be.
Knight f3, e6, g3. And Iniyan actually proving it right, going for a sharp line here. Abhimanyu saying, I am not going for any d takes c4 business. And has played this position which is supposed to be slightly better for white if you take here. But Abhimanyu taking on c4. Maybe this is his preparation. And this is the live board position.
Actually, quite an interesting position to me. I mean, earlier I actually didn't like it as much. Somehow the pawn structure was a bit weird, but after d takes c4, it starts to look quite nice. And maybe I'm actually preferring black here. What do you think? Yeah.
Wow.
I don't know. I'm not so sure if I would prefer black here. I'm a bit scared as black because, white has these two pawns in the center. Bishop coming out to f4. I don't know. I mean, I'm guessing I would agree with you if black plays c5 successfully and white sort of responded with d5 or e5, black would look more comfortable. And another point to support Kincho here would be, look at the time. Abhi has around an hour and 28 minutes and Iniyan has around an hour and 9 minutes. So this is exactly the type of situation you want on the board and off the board to have a winning chance. We'll see how Iniyan responds here. The best move here seems to be rook to d1, which I think is not that difficult to play over the board.
Yeah, because if c5, then we can just push forward with d5 maybe. But there's also e5 and the rook lined up opposite the queen.
Yes, black goes knight to d5. And I'm not sure what could be the plan. Oh, by the way, we have some news coming in.
Okay.
D takes c4 is Abhi's prep for a double-edged game for the title, and that's from Abhi's second.
Well, I mean, this is really deep prep because I think they're going not on the engine evaluation, but rather thinking about what kind of positions suit Abhimanyu, what kind of positions will give him the best chance for a long game. And yeah, this is deep. A3 played already. Iniyan making not the best move. Kincho, you were right here. You actually kind of predicted the future. It seems black is already very comfortable.
I think so. I mean, do agree with your point after Rook D1, and we looked at this variation. It did look a bit uncomfortable for black, but I'm still just thinking that maybe those pawns in the center can become a bit weak. And right now, we didn't really try to protect it with a prophylactic move. So
Let's go
I
C5.
do feel like something is gonna happen soon.
They say with great power comes great responsibility. And, White has these pawns on E4 and D4, and that means the next few moves, White has to be super precise, super accurate. And you haven't looked at this at home, you might squander your initiative very, very quickly. And I think that's what just happened with A3.
I'm actually getting super pumped up for this challengers section because you can see Abhimanyu getting a nice position. He's half a point behind. Leon has a fighting game against Adiban, and Pranesh at the top is struggling to kind of make his advantage count with the white pieces against Harshvardhan. In fact, it could very well be that Pranesh should be careful here. If we go to this game, look at this, guys. The queen is on H6. Bishop has been pushed back. And I don't know, maybe give up the H7 pawn, maybe long castle, start your own attack on the queen side. Yeah, he long castles there.
He castles on the long side, and if I play queen H7, do I have a repetition immediately?
I think so, yes, with Rook H8.
No, wait, you're losing the queen.
Wait. Let's ask our viewers here. Rook H8, queen G7, guys. What do you do here? Black to play. You are very strong, yes. You will get it quickly. Bishop F6 is a very good idea if the bishop was protected, right? Like, otherwise you might drop it. And then king takes. Yes.
Although I see the vision in your... I see the vision because you can play bishop takes A2 check first, then give a check by the queen, and then play bishop F6.
Oh, that's
I do see the vision.
Oh.
That's a nice vision right there. King B1 and now bishop F6, because now you cannot take on F6 anymore.
Wow. That was deep. Although my question was perhaps a little bit simpler than that. Yes, Rook D G8 traps the queen. So Pranesh cannot be greedy. Taking that pawn would mean getting your hands burnt there. So Pranesh thinking now what to do. Can't take the pawn. I'm half a point ahead of the field. My position is not particularly great. The engine is already showing slightly better for black. Wow.
Yeah, I think yesterday also we saw this from Vincent's game as well. When he was playing, I think with the white pieces, he was not necessarily in a must-win position or a must-win situation. He just had to secure a draw. And somewhere in Pranesh's mind, he knows that he doesn't have to win today. A draw would... there is a very good chance that even a draw can just, secure the title for him, because both of the other players have to win with black against much stronger opponents, which is a bit unusual, I would say, in this event. So, and when you know you don't have to win, and you're okay with a draw somewhat, then I've noticed majority of the players get into a worse position, even if it's from the white pieces itself, just like what happened to Vincent yesterday as well.
There's this thing called when there are these, you see it on television, when these animals are kind of chasing each other. The animal which is trying to go for, save its life, there's a survivor instinct there. It's much more kind of trying to save itself and giving its best. But the one that is on the hunt, okay, if it's really hungry, it will also go all out. But otherwise, if the prey goes away, then it's like, okay, fine, we'll get something else. And I think for the people who are following Pranesh, it's the same. It's survivor time. If we don't win today, there's no way we are going to catch up. While for Pranesh, it's like, draw is also okay. I can also win. And perhaps that creates that mindset that, okay, maybe I don't need to push that much.
True.
That's a very good point, actually, that you raised here. I completely agree with you. And this position actually just proves you right in this sense. I feel like this is something that happened. Maybe the opening idea or opening choice wasn't the best idea here. And, it's just you're not in that fighting spirit as much.
As much as Pranesh is, performing in this tournament, I mean, he's done fantastic so far. 6.5 out of 8. I mean, he has dominated this tournament from the first round itself. I still feel that he is in blitz, he's stronger. In tie breaks, he's stronger. I've played him. I think I've mentioned this so many times to the audience that I've played him myself in a Title Tuesday match around 3 times. Each time I was a piece up on move 10 and each time I lost. It just goes to show that he's a fighter. Yeah, even if he's worse, and he in those crunch moments when both players have less time, I think Pranesh is one of the more dangerous players, from India. So maybe he's banking on that fact as well, and maybe he loves the thrill of playing such a format.
And also, guys, but one thing we must remember that a draw is not a given here,
Yeah.
Harshvardhan, look at him swiveling in his chair. I mean, he's kind of enjoying himself here that, okay, I'm on 3 points, but I have a chance to decide this tournament. That's power there.
I feel like I'm getting deja vu because we saw this like 3 days ago. Exact same clothes, exact same color, and exact same motion as well from Harsh as well. But yeah, he's holding a lot of power here.
Yeah, let's see what happens here, guys. The challengers section is very interestingly poised after the first 45 minutes of play. Let's head over to the Masters and see what is the leader of the tournament, Vincent Keymer, doing. And
the bar is actually giving Ray Robson
a very good position.
Yes.
Yeah, some edge.
Yes,
By the way, guys, did you see what Vincent did here? Instead of playing the main move D5, he played G6.
Right, so this move, it stumped. I can see a lot of, what did I just see here? And I was in the same boat as you guys. But this move is actually not that rare. There's around 850 games played on this position. And the weird thing is that even Robson, who's a 2700 player, thought for about 21 minutes on this move. So he was also just as stumped as you are. Just as stumped, I think, as all of us are, based on this. But yeah, black plays G6.
Such a fighting weapon, right?
Yes.
Like for Vincent, it's like saying, hey, look, I already have a door to my house. I can come out from here, but I'll create another one. It's kind of wasting some time, but also saying that if you play d5 now, which we were talking about, to block the bishop, I can take, and suddenly I'll have this amazing bishop on the other diagonal.
Right. And also, let's not forget, I mean, when we grow up, one of the first things in the opening we learn is you must not play G6 and E6 at the same time, right? Because it creates a lot of holes, around the king or whatever. But, the more you grow, the more you realize you learn these rules to know how to break them. And then you learn more rules and then you break them again. The cycle keeps going on and on and on. But yeah, wonderful and creative idea by Vincent here.
No, the creativity is peaking in this tournament for sure, especially I think Nihal's opening choices were one of the most interesting ones in this tournament. And this is another one here that we have from Vincent, and both of the players seem to have actually quite a fighting spirit today.
I agree. And by the way, Vincent played d5 himself here. And so right now, we have this position on the board. Ray Robson has thought for 21 minutes on the previous move. He's again thinking it's going to be super exciting. Vincent has gone for this risky strategy, but can Ray Robson take advantage of it? That's the big question here. We will also quickly check the game of Jordan versus Anish. Should we go for it? Or
yes, let's do
I
it.
think so.
Okay, interesting what
Oh,
after b4,
basically Dutch number 1 and the Dutch champion.
Wow. Knight BD7 was played by Anish. Pawn takes, knight takes D5, attacking the queen. Queen B2 and pawn to C5 played here by Anish. I think Anish can be super happy with the outcome of the opening. But then again, I don't think he's fighting for an advantage. Of course, it's all about equalizing right now.
Absolutely, because if he simplifies the position too much, then it might even favor Jordan. Because Jordan has a double bishop, Jordan controls the center at the moment. You have this bishop d3, short castle, very simple road ahead to equalize matters. But I mean, if I was playing from Anish's side, I would try to, score or, mess up the position a bit. But it is a last round, it is a morning round. Maybe he's trying to play it safe.
Yeah, and also, I mean, one thing that we must remember is that Anish has had 8 draws in this tournament out of 8 rounds. And, while we've been talking about this quite a lot, for Anish himself, it would be nice to break this kind of streak, right? If we can get that one win in, it would help him go back with this nice feeling about Chennai. I came here, I was undefeated, I got that one win in. But with 9 draws, it's like, okay, I couldn't win a single game.
Absolutely. I mean, you can say undefeated if you've won one game, right? Because if you haven't won a game, then it's not undefeated, then you've drawn, I think, 9 times. But according to the bar, at least you have one move which is quite interesting. You can play A5 and try to complicate matters here and maybe provoke B5 from white, which would loosen up the C5 square for the knight on D7. I think this could lead to some messy positions.
Yeah. I mean, black could go bishop B7 as well here.
And I think we can also see that Anish is facing like a tough decision here, and you can see his posture as well. He was also holding his head just right now. He likes to dive deep into these positions, understand them a bit more deeply. I think he also talked about this with us just the other day.
Yes.
That sometimes, he also thinks that he overthinks, that he's too much deep into the positions. He forgets some principles in chess simply because he thinks of so many things in this time, and basic things get out of his mind. So tough decision, tough to, think a lot on the board. And he's currently also 20 minutes down the clock right now.
Yeah. And he also gets the longest think in the tournament went to Anish Giri, guys. Any guesses how many minutes he thought for one move? It's the longest thing. It happened yesterday in his game against Evander Liang. The way it happened was he had prepared a line, and then after a point when he's out of his prep, he decided to just think freshly about the position. But how many minutes did he think?
Okay, I'll give you guys a hint. It was more than half of his time.
Yeah, you start with 90 minutes for the entire game, and he thought for more than half of it.
Yes, it was around
46 minutes, 51 seconds for one move. And I think at the end of that move, he realized that he has no advantage. So he was not very happy. Actually, that happens sometimes. You prepare really hard. You think you have an advantage, but over the board, you just can't find it. And then you burn your time, And that's just how top level chess works.
I think actually all level chess, I think, can relate to this in some sense. I think it has happened to all of us that we just got too deep into a position. We looked at the clock and we were like, oh my God, soon I'm like under 20 minutes.
Yeah, by the way, guys, one game that was Vidit, yes? Yes. Mm-hmm. That we thought would not be as fighting, and perhaps that could be true, but maybe we should look at it a bit deeply. Is Vidit going to try here as black pieces have come off the board? There are 2 rooks on each side, bishop pair opposite each other. What do you think?
I thought you were going to say in how many moves is this gonna end up in a draw, whether it's gonna be a repetition right now or would it be in the future. But yeah, I mean, any side can play, but I feel Evander specifically lacks the ambition here, because I think his game, after his game against Vincent Keymer, because that's right before that game he hit 2700, I think his peak rating. Once he lost that game, I think he realized that maybe it's not his tournament anymore, and then he was really nervous about his game against Anish. Once that is finished, I believe the tournament is more or less over for him, and I think his chess kind of says that. And
But look at Vidit. No, I saw Vidit and I thought he's trying really hard. So
Might be though.
yeah,
he's thinking, should I draw with b6? Should I draw with g6? There's so many options. Both of them seem completely drawish.
do you think this is a possibility to go c6? Let's say I bring the bishop back and then d5. Okay, I put my pawns on the same color as my bishop, but I want to get my king out here. Maybe it's a bad idea, yeah?
I mean, perhaps what black should be careful about is not allowing f4, f5. I'm guessing. I think that f4, f5 is what I would be worried about, because you can't also play king e7 because there's bishop f5.
Yes.
There's some small tactics black has here and there. White has, sorry. But yeah, it's just a question of how do I get my rook into play. I can see many different ways. There's h5, rook h6. There's rook d8. All of these different plans. And if black just said pass here, how are you making progress?
Yeah, as white, it's super tough.
Very, very tough.
It's very tough, and I won't be surprised if this game ends in a draw. But if something else happens here, if one of the players starts playing for a win, it'll be big surprise. He goes for the move you were talking about. G6 is on the board.
I'm assuming we get rid of this F pawn pushes. We tried maybe like king g7 also connecting the rooks is the idea behind g6. But you did mention that you think this is a very drawish, very equal position just now.
Yes. I think this is because I was this close to writing a course on this opening.
On this opening as white?
As white, yes.
And then you thought that maybe I should not spend like 1 month of my life going into this very equal position.
No. I was happy to do it because I play the 4-knight Spanish as white quite in detail. But this specific line with knight d4, I tried to make it work for about I want to say a week or 2 weeks. And I really tried to analyze and find everything, but I just couldn't get myself to recommend knight takes knight, which is what Awonder played. I couldn't get myself to recommend that move because I thought it's just too drawish, and you really have to be you have to be a 10 on 10 when it comes to strategy. When it comes to your chess skills, you have to really be on top when you play an opening like this, because one slight inaccuracy, one slight oversight from you can just completely equalize matters. Because there are such little pieces on the board, there is not a lot of imbalance on the board. So you really have to be an endgame strategist, to convert a point like that. So I would recommend Magnus plays this, because he's not going to make an oversight like that. But anyone, who's not an elite GM, probably is not the best idea, in my opinion.
Guys, what Awonder is really threatening here is very sneaky.
Ooh.
Okay, let's ask our viewers here if they are, let's say you play rook to e8. Why is this a bad move? White to play. Wow. Super quick here. Bishop takes on g6. F takes g6 and you lose the bishop. So very logical is to try and save this pawn here because this is the threat. And so king g7 seems like the normal move. But here, guys, there is something cool happening. White to play. What do you do?
This is my kind of move, I feel like.
Yeah, you would do this?
I would definitely, yes.
No, well, I think for sure she's going to do it.
If Awonder does it, guys.
I think he would.
Yes? Okay, with it, let's see. By the way, first let's ask our viewers. Do you see the move as well? White to play. Wow,
yes.
Fantastic job. Rook takes e6, sacrificing an exchange. Sahaj bhai, how does this work?
I think you already have a pawn for the exchange. and you're gonna win another one. There is a pawn on g6 hanging at the moment, and the moment you play g5, I have rook e7 check, and then I take this e7 pawn. So you have a rook, which is 5 points. I have a bishop and 2 points, which is also 5 points. The position is balanced. My rook is on the 7th rank. Both of your rooks are on the 8th rank, which is not the best. Yeah, I think white is the one pushing here. But the real question is Vidit going to allow this?
I think Vidit's spidey sense will kick in and he will be like, let's not even venture here. Either play rook g8 or push the pawn to g5. But if he plays king g7, this will be very exciting. You know, I'm waiting for Vidit's move now.
If Vidit plays king g7, I'm going to reconsider my course. Because now I have a model game.
Yeah. And look at Awonder, yeah. He's has 1:24 on the clock, 1 hour 24 minutes. He's not sitting at the board. Again, he's putting some pressure on his opponent.
But it's really difficult to tell with him, you know, because sometimes he sits down, he shows us the most dynamic, the most attacking chess you've ever seen. And then some days he sits down and he doesn't feel like it. He feels like, he's tired, he's sleepy. We have seen that actually in this tournament from him. So, with him, it's a bit difficult to tell. I would even maybe second guess if he would take on e7, a6 actually.
Wow.
With the rook.
Okay, it's a morning round, so it's understandable because as Sagar explained, a lot of these players have a certain routine that they follow. I will go to eat lunch at this time, I will sleep at this time, I will wake up at this time. And when the match is 3 hours before, your entire routine breaks out, and that can, I think, mess up a lot of your decision making. You don't have as much time to prepare. You wake up in a different way. Yeah, I feel you play chess differently at different times because I think all of this affects you to play well.
If you are a true professional, like which many of the players are here, I believe some of them might have already considered that last round is going to be like this. And maybe from day one could have paced themselves like this. I don't know. We have to actually ask some of the players. At least I as a player never did that. Because I never reached that level of these players. But perhaps someone like Vincent was already doing it from day one.
But Vincent doesn't have to do anything. He already won the tournament.
Yeah. But I mean, it was not a given that he would win it, right?
Sure, of course.
So... yeah, we'll get to know from the players.
They're such professionals, they think I don't have to think about the last round because I would have won the tournament already.
That would be a better strategy though.
Yes.
Then you can have a much better tournament. Arjun, by the way. Whoa! Look at Karthikeyan here, guys. He's sitting there and our board is showing a blue arrow, which means that is the only move to not be worse. Or to be better, or it's just the best move in the position.
Oh, it
Okay,
does not look happy actually.
Yeah. This is such a, wire position to me, I think.
You know what happened? If I just take you through the last couple of moves, castles, bishop f4 by Arjun, knight e8, and queen came up. So white was looking like perfectly coordinated. The bishop wanted to go here. Suddenly, Karthikeyan plays f6 and Arjun is like, I want to do something different now. I'll push my pawn forward. Karthikeyan took it. And now he could have taken with the knight. But Arjun, being Arjun, takes on e5 with the bishop. And what are the chances that Karthikeyan goes boom and sacks his rook on f3?
I think actually that's what he's calculating so much. I mean, it's never an easy decision to sort of sacrifice in exchange, but you get actually quite a lot from it. So you're ruining the pawn structure on the king's side. You can take advantage of it with that c8 bishop as well. So I don't know. I like it. I like the chances that black gets here. And also, I always like these kind of positions, actually.
Where is Arjun, though? He's gotten up from... Can we look at that passage there. We always get to see Arjun walking during his games. You know, Sahaj, Nihal was considered as the boy who never sits when he was a little kid. But I think now that title should be passed on to Arjun.
Yes.
He never sits.
He's always walking. When he's sitting, he's also not looking at the board. He's looking somewhere else. Yeah. It's like he can see the matrix, you know. So
There we see, guys, all the players generally in that passage are just walking all the time. And Arjun is also there in the background.
So, would it be fair to say that Arjun, being the master of imbalances that he is he's not just encouraged, he's always inviting his opponent to take on f3, so that he's end up with being up an exchange.
Yeah.
But his king side becomes a bit weak and he gives up a pawn. So basically, he will have 5, sort of units and black will have 4. And he will also suffer with king safety a bit. That is if black goes rook takes f3 in this position. And if he doesn't play rook takes f3, then black is just worse.
Yeah.
For nothing.
No, you have to take here. I want to tell our viewers how, players think very differently and feel very differently. Like when I was a little kid, my coach maybe told me that king safety is very important. And then I read books of players who always used to take care of their king. And at some point, even when the pawns would be broken in front of my king, I would feel unsafe. I would feel like something's not right. But I believe Arjun has grown up not reading any books. He looks at engines. He looks at what's the best move in the position. And for him, this pawn structure does not evoke the same emotions as that does in a classical player. He's like, oh, what the big deal? Yeah, I'm exchange up. My king is a bit weak, but that also means my king can move.
Yeah.
I don't know how his brain works.
He's not thinking that my king is weak. He's thinking bishop h3, rook e1, queen f8, king h2, So
and plus 0.9.
Yeah, it just looks like a plus 0.05 position. It should be fine. And yeah. I mean, I think fully agreed with you there. It's a computer generation. It's definitely a difference of generation. I'm from the same generation as you, Sagar. I also grew up with the same principles in that sense. And we were told that if you allow your king to be unsafe, then you're not being serious. Yeah, because it's a thing that you pay the most attention to. King safety is the most important aspect or the most important element in a chess match. But yeah, Arjun sort of invites that imbalance. He doesn't see it as a threat. He sees it as an imbalance, which I think is a very interesting quality.
Oh, that's an amazing approach, I think, because we often use our principles also against us. So we get blindsided by things that we learn. And I remember I used to coach some small kids who learned rules. They learned rules like we always have to castle, we always have to do this, we always have to do that. And the problem was that whenever I was trying to maybe show a tactic, they simply didn't want to accept that that is a good move because it goes against the principle. And it's really difficult to explain it, of course, that this is, an exception, that this is because we want to win, because it's so embedded in them, that embedded in us, these rules, that it's difficult to just break out of these rules.
That's the reason why the role of the first trainer is super important as to how they put forth the principles. Do they make them into like hardcore rules? Because at some point, these rules have to be broken. There will be exceptions and it should come very easily for the student. So yeah, a lot of psychological stuff that goes on behind for these top players. How they learn chess and then go on to become top players is a beautiful journey to observe, different for each and every player who is out there. We are having some super exciting games. We are seeing some great fighting chess in the first hour of play and everything to play for in the challengers. But even Vincent, who has won it, is fighting hard. We'll take a short break and on the other side, we'll continue our coverage.
PTZ Optics Move 4K, a smart camera built for fast-paced sports action. It follows the players automatically with smooth, accurate tracking. No camera operator? No problem. Control it from a joystick, a phone, or let it run on its own. With crisp 4K video and easy streaming, it fits right into your setup. Perfect for schools, clubs, and live sports broadcasts. PTZ Optics, professional video, made simple. Brought to you by RTAV, your broadcast AV partner.
Want to play chess but don't know how to get started? Try chess.com. Play for free against someone at your level or challenge one of our friendly computer bots. Trying to improve your chess? Learn the Queen's Gambit and other openings with guided interactive lessons. Like chess but don't want the pressure of playing games? Chess.com has hundreds of thousands of fun puzzles to help you relax and sharpen your mind. Play your friends, make new ones around the world, follow the latest games, and more. Sign up and play for free at chess.com today.
Are you struggling to get better at chess? A Chess.com premium membership is here to help. Train with unlimited tactics to become a strong chess player. With puzzles of all levels, you'll beat all your friends. Our library of interactive chess lessons will improve all parts of your game. Just like a friend who has your back, the computer analysis feature will give you feedback on every move you play. All of this and much more.
Only, I think, 5,000 rupees a month or something.
No, plans are affordable for all, along with the 1 month free trial, so that you can take your game to the next level.
Upgrade to Diamond now, because Chess.com is best.
This is the PTZ Optics Move 4K, a smart camera built.
Hello and welcome back everyone to the Quantbox Chennai Grand Masters final round. I'm International Master Tanya Sachdev. It's such a pleasure to join you guys for this last day as the action heats up. The opening phase is done. We're heading into some very exciting middle games right now. And I think one of them even has a sacrifice brewing. Sagar Sahaj, it's been a day of exciting chess, exciting openings so far. And I think there's always this feeling going into the final round that the players want to go all out.
Absolutely. And Tanya, today you've come here in blue jacket, some bleed blue stuff, yeah, because of the Independence Day or something?
It was completely planned.
Wow. Just as I imagined.
We're not feeling the blues at all now that I'm here.
By the way, guys, as Tanya entered the commentary box, something really huge has happened in one of the games. We were thinking that Anish and Jordan will kind of play this equal game, but suddenly Jordan has blundered, or maybe blunder is a bit too strong, but made a serious error. BD2. And it seems like Anish can get a big advantage.
Yup, and he can break that streak, yeah, and not finish the tournament with 9 draws, yeah, and there's C4 on the horizon with the idea of B5 and A5 at some point. I can see also some ideas of C3 as well. Looks a bit interesting.
Huge mistake. I mean, I'm seeing like Rook C1 will be met with B5. So in general, I think Jordan wants to go B5 himself. But then it's a huge blunder, guys. Black to play. Absolutely, you lose a piece. Tanya, what are you feeling?
It was absolutely essential for Jordan to take on c5 on the previous move with the central pawn. Not to allow this stronghold, this passer, c4, which will now come with a threat. And this is the line that had to be played. I think you take it with your central pawn, pawn takes pawn, pawn takes pawn, and then you kick that knight from the center of the board with e4, just not giving black the opportunity to not only create a passer with a massive threat of c3, but let's not forget, you save that threat, and then b5 comes on the board. If we go back to our live position there, Sagar. Once c4 lands, bishop on d2, you come in with a huge threat. It needs to be defended, and nobody's stopping b5. That c4 pawn will be a huge asset. Of course he plays it.
Wow.
Wait, so rook c1, b5, e4 or something? Nothing, yeah? This knight b6.
I mean, Jordan has played something, and this is definitely this early morning blues, yeah, for him. I mean, what else?
He's wearing blue as well, by the way.
Yeah, exactly. And now he has his head in his hand and he's like, oh my God, what did I just do? I've given my opponent a protected passer. And Anish Giri, I can tell you guys, will be super happy if he wins this game. We'll have him here then.
We'll definitely get Anish. He is brilliant in commentary just as much as he is on Twitter and the chessboard. I will say one thing though, that
It's just you said it in that order, yeah? Commentary, Twitter, and on the chessboard.
that's not what I meant, Sahaj. That was in no chronological order, guys. But this is surprising to me because the last move that was played by Jordan, developing the bishop, in fact, inviting c4, he took about 3.5 minutes to make this move. It wasn't a hand move. It wasn't played in seconds, which makes it even sort of more shocking that you're inviting such a strong pawn on the board.
Yes, absolutely. And this, again, I think could be an effect of the morning round because their entire rhythm is broken. And I think it's very easy to make mistakes like that, especially early on, because you're not as careful. Probably you're a bit groggy, it doesn't, yeah, go ahead.
I have this theory that morning rounds suit Indian chess players more than anyone else, because I think Indian players, especially the younger generation, but even the older generation, we've sort of grown up on waking up early, training, and it's never been an issue. But I think somehow for players from outside, we always see them get used to the idea of those 3 p.m. rounds. In India, from the very start, we've had those 10 a.m. rounds, 9 a.m. rounds, getting ready in the morning, getting prepared, waking up at 6 o'clock. So it just feels it's easier to get into the rhythm. And we all know Anish is half Indian.
Yeah. I just want to point out for everyone, she said younger Indian generation, so not people like me and Sagar.
I'm the oldest on the panel.
Guys, yes. I want to quickly take your attention to this game where Arjun and Karthikeyan are going at each other in an insane way. Bishop e5, we were talking about rook takes f3. It has happened. Rook takes f3, a double exclamation move by Karthikeyan. Arjun calmly picks up the bishop. The point is, if you save your rook, you would have lost a very important bishop in your camp. So you must take it. Again, a double exclam. G takes f3. And now, instead of taking here on h3, which is okay, or queen f8, which is a very strong move, Karthikeyan goes for knight to f5, which is a mistake.
But I also want to point out, it is a very natural move to want to make. You want that knight to head to either d4 or h4, putting pressure on f3. But the reason that this doesn't get the approval of the engine is because it's so important to keep things flexible, right? The move you're pointing out, queen to f8, let's have that for a second and just show what the differences are in that position. After you move your queen, your bishop on c8 is still open with ideas of picking up on h3. That knight from g7 has the flexibility not only to go to f5, but also h5, f4 in certain cases. And that just means there are more threats for Arjun to deal with in this position. Knight f5, but I think still Sahaj, extremely complicated position.
Yep, and also let's not forget that after queen f8, if white goes king to g2, there is a very beautiful tactic on the horizon. There's I mean, I think we should just say it. Yeah, we shouldn't just ask the audience here. What do you think?
I think we are.
Let's ask it.
Yeah.
Let's ask the audience. Okay, black to play.
The audience is like super strong here. You go on?
Yes, very nice.
Instantly they find it.
Yeah, very strong. King h3, Queen f3, King h2, and now Karthikeyan would be trying for some more advantage or attack, but it's non-existent, so maybe just be happy with a draw.
Yeah, this would have ended the game instantly with a perpetual check, just simply because the black rook is too far away to join into the attack.
Absolutely. And this game would be over instantly, but he does not go for Queen f8. He goes for he goes for Knight f5. The idea can be Knight d4 or Knight h4 in this scenario.
Yeah,
I'm not really sure how he should respond here. It just feels like a very Arjun type position.
You know, even though this gets the question mark, and even though the bar rises up after Knight f5, it's actually from a human perspective still a very difficult move to deal with. There are still threats of Knight d4, Queen f8 coming in next. Bishop takes pawn as a sacrifice always on the board. The queen can even slide over to d7 and in fact land on the h3 square in certain cases, or attack via f5 as well. So Karthikeyan's Knight f5 might not have been the best move, but from a practical perspective, still a very good move.
I think from a practical perspective, a good move against like a normal player, but not against Arjun. Because, you know, you've been saying about how Arjun is very good with imbalances. And it's these positions where he sees these little nuances that, hey, I can get my king to g2. For example, rook a e1, knight d4 and king g2. And Arjun is like, everything's safe now. And, you know, while we are still worried, Arjun is like, okay, this is clearly better for me. So I have a feeling that this knight f5 might be a very, very critical error by Karthikeyan against Arjun. Against anyone else, perhaps it would have been okay.
Because also, once you play something like Knight f5, even in that final position, right, with rook e1 and king g2, Karthikeyan still has to be super precise with queen f8, f4, queen h6, getting the bishop out, getting the rook out in that perfect square. Because if you put it on any other square, the advantage just drops so much more. So, yeah, like here after f3, you have to find rook f8. Anything else, black will have I think a much harder time here. Knight e2 and bishop d5 again. You have to just be so much more precise as black, I think, just because of this one mistake. So, I think it's a bit difficult for Karthikeyan.
And I think what makes it more challenging is that as black, if you don't checkmate white, you're just lost.
Yes.
There's no fight to try to hold the position, try to steer it into an endgame because you're down a whole exchange. Your pawn structure, also bad. E7 weaknesses, double pawns on the other side. So Karthi just has to go for Arjun's king.
And I agree. The thing is, it depends a lot on how Arjun is feeling health-wise. Because if he is in top shape, he can calculate more effectively. And I think Arjun is that one player who depends so much on calculation that when he's not feeling well, his games are completely different from when he's feeling well. Because he has to calculate so much and it takes so much of his energy that when you're not feeling well, he's like, okay, I'm happy with a draw.
You know, I feel such a position would just make Arjun feel well naturally because, you know, he loves these types. I mean, for us, it would be a certain movie or a certain TV series. I think for Arjun, it would be this type of a position because he would look at it like, this is home.
Yeah, and also you would love to finish second in this tournament. So, yeah, a lot to play for. And then our leader of the tournament, we have Vincent versus Ray Robson.
So this came in from, I want to say, what opening was
It
this?
was Queen's Indian.
Queen's Indian.
I almost said the Nimzo and then I see a Fianchetto bishop on g7.
You see, everybody in the audience was stumped with that move, including Robson was stumped, I was stumped, Sagar Bhai was, everybody was stumped with this move. Maybe we can take just a very quick look just to show Tanya what that move was.
Let's do a super fast action replay.
So it was a3 here, and he bishop b7, knight c3, and he played g6 Tanya, you play this setup a lot. I remember, our Tata Steel game was in this line. We played I played C5 against you. Have you seen this before?
It looks very familiar, but very few times I've developed fan cattered my bishop on that side as black. But I think these ideas, they overlap so much in these openings. White's aim is to get to the C7 pawn, to try to attack that and plant his knight on E5. That's the strong post that you want it on. So ideas like rook c1, rook d1, knight e5 are natural follow-ups in the position. For black, if you try to break in the center with a move like c5, which looks extremely active and often is the plan, you end up with hanging pawns in the center. And then the position really explodes into a double-edged middle game.
So you said c5, that means I cannot leave that pawn hanging on c5, right? I cannot play something like e3 because you will have c4 there. So I must just take on c5, leave you with those hanging pawns and put pressure.
Exactly.
I think that's a good plan. I like it.
Would you rather be... So we have a move, he does continue with development, places the rook, the other rook comes to c1. You know, these are very natural moves, improving moves in the position. Before you decide, if black doesn't go c5, do I want to play b4? Do I want to try to get e4 in after knight e5? So we'll see this being played out. But the way it is right now, Sagar, would you rather be white or black in this position?
I like White's chances here. I like the moves that are easier to play for White, like rook c1, put the knight on e5. For black, it's a little bit tricky because, you know, if you play c5, let's say rook c1, then you are kind of weakening your central pawns here on d5 and c5. And with the bishop here, the other bishop on this diagonal, I'm a bit worried for Vincent already.
I think that's the first time we've heard that statement in the tournament. A bit worried for Vincent because he's just been so phenomenal, winning it, one round to spare. And not just the scoreline, just the quality of chess has been incredibly high. I want to point out, you know, I feel that this has happened, and we've seen this happen so much in the chess world, where a player has this incredible run, gets the job done right before the finish line, right? And then something in their mind eases off just a little bit. You know, you score your grandmaster norm, and then you don't kind of care about the last round. You're already the champion. You're sort of intuitively, instinctively wanting to take more risks, maybe haven't prepared that much, might not be as serious. I know I have been in those situations many, many times. Sahaj, has that happened to you?
I think I can remember my third GM norm. It was round 9. I was playing, I think I was playing some of the best chess I've ever played. 9th round I made a norm, and it was an 11-round event. Both round 10 and round 11 I lost. And if I had won those, I would have been in the podium finish. It was a World Juniors event. So I was really playing for something. It's not like I wasn't playing for anything afterwards. But there is just this sudden drop of motivation, you know, because you've achieved what you wanted to achieve. You're happy and you're just happy that it's over. And I think from Vincent also, we saw this yesterday because he was struggling, I would say, from the white pieces against Jordan. He had to make, you know, in that bishop endgame, he had to make some of those really, really accurate moves. And I remember that moment where he played g6. He had to play, he was picking up that pawn on h7 almost. And it was so, I mean, interesting to see it happening to Vincent as well, because I think he is already 1.5 points ahead. He knows that the tournament is more or less over. And I think it happens. I think most players sort of suffer with this thing. Sagar, has this happened to you before?
Yeah, same thing. Yeah, just like you said, some IM norms, and then you have a couple of rounds left, and this happens. I've also seen players sometimes when they finish their norms or their tournament, they fall ill. Mm-hmm. It's like they are holding on to their health and everything for all the pressure in that moment, and then once it's done, it's over. So but for me, it doesn't feel like Vincent is in that zone, because clearly for him, there's a bigger thing that is at play. He's 2750. He wants his rating higher. He has seen that players of his age and his generation have reached the candidates, and all of that is in his mind. You know, reach the top 5 in the world, get to the candidates, you know, challenge for the world title. So perhaps it's not like this game he'll be like, okay, I became the champion, let's take it easy.
He's playing for a lot, of course, you know, beyond the Chennai Grand Masters as well. But I think from a psychological perspective, somehow even at the very top, This has been an occurrence. It's almost like you're driving and you want to get somewhere, right? You have this destination in mind. You're sort of on that fourth gear. You're going really fast with all the energy, and then you sort of see the gate right in front and you slow down. You slow down just a little bit, not realizing that you still need to be careful because there is that final pothole that you need to cross. And Vincent, well, out of the opening in this one, he needs to steer that car a little carefully with the black pieces, because white does have an easier flow in this position with the ideas that we pointed out. Rook c1, knight e5, that knight from c3 will move away, putting pressure on c7, and some decisions do lie ahead.
Right. Okay, so guys, this one seems slightly better for white. I would love to shift our attention to
the challenger section, because
Yes.
the same thing is happening to the leader Pranesh with the white pieces. He's playing Harshvardhan.
I told you it's a thing.
No, but Pranesh should not be at all relaxed, yeah?
But still, I think if you think from Pranesh's mindset, he's
Fantastic tournament.
He's fantastic tournament. I'm half a point lead, playing with the white pieces, playing the only IM in the entire event.
But maybe to Sagar's point, there is a little switch here. Maybe for Pranesh, the unexpectedness of finding himself in this position where he's fighting for the championship, the pressure that it adds on his mind. Knowing that you're so incredibly close to a goal that maybe he didn't even imagine.
And right now, it feels like Harshvardhan. Yes, we'll go to that game, Arjun's game. Rook e8 played here by Harshvardhan, h4. And guys, Harshvardhan can actually get a close to decisive advantage here if he moves his rook to e4. It's a huge moment actually in this game, in this tournament, in the challengers section.
Is Harshvardhan playing for a norm or?
No, he needed 5 points, so
Lost
he's done
yesterday,
3.
unfortunately.
Yeah.
But how critical is rook to e4, the move that you're saying? Is it the only move that gives him an advantage?
No, I think in general he has an advantage regardless. There's also bishop f8, dropping the bishop back. But rook e4 is kind of attacking this pawn, and after rook c1 to defend it, does anyone want to try here black to play? What do you do? Bishop f4. Not a bad move, but
Something
there's something
stronger.
You can
There is
win
something
some
stronger on the
material.
board.
Queen e2.
Queen e2, but what's your plan of queen e2?
But also checks, captures, threats. Always start with that.
Yes.
Yes.
Rook.
Exactly.
Rook takes c4 is the correct move. Taking here, and if you take the rook, your rook on h1 is hanging.
And I think to Sahed's point, queen e2, what is the idea? I think very often in checks, captures, threats, we should go in that order. When your spidey senses tingle that there should be something in this position, you see your opponent's pieces are a little overloaded, look for checks first, then captures. If rook takes pawn doesn't work, then I think queen e2 would have been a very strong move.
Yes, absolutely.
And by the way, guys, here, if Pranesh doesn't manage to get a half a point or loses, that really throws open the tournament. Then, by the way, rook e4 played. Harshvardhan, just pushed his rook forward, playing with such confidence. I believe that this game is going away from Pranesh's grasps.
Maybe there is a twist in the story because, there's one player on 6.5, two of them on 6. And there's another player on 6 points who is in a nearly winning position as black against the beast.
Really?
If we can have a quick look at that game as well.
Liang.
Yes.
Leon
Adiban,
Mendonca. By the way, guys, we left it off over here. Black castle. Knight to c3 already. An error by Adiban here. And Leon said, thank you so much for the extra pawn. He took it. Oh my God, Adiban goes all out for the attack.
But this is exactly the type of play you want as black, because if white decided to just play it solid, then it would be much harder for Leon to convert into a point. But I think this is quite. I think Leon got a really good opponent as black, as someone who is ambitious. It's not a comment on their strength. It's a comment on their style. This is exactly the type of player you want in the last round when you're playing for a win, because they will never play for a draw.
But this is such a cool idea, and this is just classic Adiban as well, right? Where he moves the bishop A. Let's show what happens if black does get greedy. It all relies around opening up the H line. You get rid of a key defender in black's position, and don't forget the queen on the other side of the board. Queen H7, and this would be game over. Look at the way the bar just completely turns around if black was to take pawn takes knight. So not every time is the response to an attack a retreat. You can go on a counter offense, but it gets crazier. This doesn't stop here.
Yeah, Leon is like, okay, Adiban, I know that you've got your knight here, tempting me to take. I'm never going to take it. You want to checkmate me here? My knight is already defending it. So I go now queen a5. I'll start my own play. Bishop d2, queen c7. He comes back, hoping that Leon might go queen a5. Leon is like, sorry, e5.
It's too late.
Playing in the center now. Pawn takes, knight takes, and already it feels like black's bishop is opening up. Knights are well placed. Rooks will get centralized. And suddenly, the knight on g5 starts to look a bit silly.
Exactly, and the bishop on c8 also has some future. If white ever castles on the long side, I can maybe even create some attacking chances with b5. Maybe not immediately, but they are definitely on my...
You could also think about just unpinning the queen with queen to a5, and you kind of eye the a2 pawn, and the next you're jumping with your knight to g4, eyeing the f2 pawn. There are all threats on the board. So even though... What?
Did you see the best move here after queen a5? White must find bishop d5.
Okay, everyone plays king b1 though.
yeah. Everyone plays, but what is bishop d5 in this? I have no idea.
Kind of interference, with the defense of the knight. So if you take here, then I'll take on e5.
Wow, this is absolutely crazy.
And the threat is bishop f6 and queen h7 mate.
Wow. No one is finding this, yeah?
Yeah, except Adiban.
Well, Adiban, if your name's Adiban, I think you can find things like these.
Wow.
But I will say one thing. For Adiban, the whole plan relies around the checkmating square on h7. That's the attack that he has on his mind. He has to try to find a way. Otherwise, black just has a free hand on the left side. So long castle still not played? Has he gone for it?
No, not yet. Sorry.
Not yet.
Let me
So
go to
he's
the
still
live
thinking.
position. And a couple of words about Leon, actually, who might become the winner of the tournament, because until now we were all thinking Pranesh is in the pole position. But Leon is, by the way, born in the same year, 2006, this golden year of Indian chess, where you have Gukesh and Pranav and Leon and so many strong players. And he comes from the state of Goa. And he's like this very, very artistic and creative young kid. And that is shown in everything that he does. He's a musician. He plays the violin. He's given these exams called Trinity exams, which has different levels. And he's like right up there, some level 8 or 9. Wow. And he's able to play such amazing chess. And I think overall, the last 1 year or so has been a breakout year for Leon. Because he won the Tata Steel Challengers in 2024. He played the Tata Steel Masters, where he played against the best in the world. He didn't fare so well, but still he got a chance to play. And now this Chennai Grand Masters, if he wins this Challengers section, he'll get qualified to the Masters.
He's done it at Wyke. He's trying to do it here. And I think his story goes back to even the pandemic days, right? Just that commitment towards taking up something and going through with it, where he found with his father, with his family, stuck in Europe, unable to come back to India. And then the whole tour trying to improve, to train, to play as many tournaments as possible, get those rating points, get his Grandmaster title even. And Leon single-mindedly did that. The support that he's had with his family. And I'll tell you, you're completely right. It does translate into everything he does. I've seen him on the badminton court as well. He's good. So incredibly good. He's very competitive. But also at the end of it, he wants to have, it's not just about the score once again. He wants to have these amazing ways to play. He shows this incredible technique even there. So it's about trying to find the beauty in things.
Yeah, exactly. And today he has to keep his calm because, as you come closer to the finish line, you can get a bit tensed. But for now, he's doing it in style. There's another player who has a chance to make it to the top, and that is Abhimanyu Puranik. However, in this game, Abhimanyu, who's playing with black, does seem to be under some pressure. Last move by Iniyan. Very cool. Rook D1.
Very interesting indeed, because black, right now with Rook D1, I'm putting an X-ray on the queen on D8. My idea is D takes C5. You cannot capture back with your knight. A move like C4 is probably the most appropriate here. Not because maybe it's not the best move, but it's the move that keeps the game going on for a longer period. I don't want to exchange pawns. I don't want to balance out everything. So after C4, maybe you play B3, maybe you play D5. In each of those scenarios, the game is on, and I have a good chance to win. I might have a good chance to lose, but I'm okay with that. Difference.
I think Abhimanyu is quite a fighter. He started with 4 wins in this event, was leading it pretty much until the last 2 rounds. Had that loss in round 7, I want to say, and the whole standings exploded. But Abhimanyu, he wants to fight for championship. That's why he's taking these risks. That said, I generally prefer white in these kind of positions with the central pawns that are there. If it goes into an endgame, I see the point with the C4, the 3 versus 2 majority. But until then, the activity around moves like E5 and D5, if they come at the right time, it just feels like white might have some pressure with those pawns, not just stopping at D5, but also D6.
Great point there. I personally, I just don't like Catalan with either colors. And I would just want to avoid it as much as
Which is why you became a commentator, because there's no escaping the Catalan.
Yep, exactly. There is even when I was playing you. But yes. In any case, I think the game is on. I think with C4, objectively speaking, white does have a more comfortable position.
Yeah.
But white does have this sort of option to overextend with D5, D6, and you might lose that pawn on D6 at some point, which might, turn things around. Also, let's not forget that Abhi has a 10-minute advantage over Iniyan, which can also count, I think, in the later part of the game. So let's see how this pans out.
Yeah, in the challengers, we are heading towards a finish that no one knows who will win it. Will it be Pranesh here, who is slightly worse, and his opponent Harshvardhan is playing really good chess? Will it be Leon, who's clearly better and is playing Adiban, and Leon needs to win this but is half a point behind Pranesh? Or will it be Abhimanyu, who's slightly worse against Iniyan? This game is also going on.
So Pranesh at 6.5, Abhimanyu Leon at 6, Adiban a point behind at 5. So for any good finish, Adiban trying to win there. I will say one thing though, I think the challengers, we're going to have a long day ahead of us, because this is what I love about Chennai Grand Masters as well. The tie breaks get decided on the board. They will play against each other in faster time formats, and we may have more than one player at the top, so it might go down to the wire.
I agree. By the way, guys, Queen takes H7 has been played by Pranesh. And the bar goes even further down. It's a big mistake. And I don't know, what do you do
so many
here?
twists, because if you think about this from Pranesh's perspective, he has done so well. Harshvardhan, who was a last-minute entry into this event, the only international master in the tournament, and he might be the player who takes down the leader, Pranesh, that too with the black pieces.
What a story.
What is going on?
Chess is, anyone can beat anyone on a given day on the chessboard.
Yes, true, but imagine what it's like to be Pranesh. Imagine having to accept all of this, that this morning when he woke up, he was playing white against the lowest seed of the tournament, and he had such a one classical win in doing what he has done for the last 8 days. And he would have won this tournament. He would have earned the right to play the Masters next year, and all of that is gone.
Going away right now. Maybe not gone yet, but kind of, you're right, Sahaj, because in a way, The queen is almost trapped here. C4 pawn is still hanging. I was wondering if we could push our pawn to h5, at least base our hopes on this pawn, that it will queen.
But let's ask the audience this next move, because I definitely missed this move, and I would be very impressed if anyone in the audience actually found this. So black to play, what do you think black should do here?
Tough one, actually.
Very tough one, I would say. Above 2000 level. Who was that?
Oh, wow.
Wow.
What's your name, by the way? We couldn't hear it properly.
Ritik.
Ritik. Wow, Ritik is like too good.
He's been finding all of the moves today. You are too good. Amazing.
Rook h4 and it's Roshan on the board.
Well, Rook h4 is just incredible move.
Amazing.
Were you saying wow for the move or for Tanya's joke?
Both, actually.
Rook h1 takes, queen h1 is hanging, and somehow it's just over. You have to move your rook and then you lose the pawn.
But also sort of combining these tactical motives, right? Understanding that the rook on h1 is overloaded, the queen on h7 almost trapped. You can move that rook away, but then you simply grab that h5 pawn, and that is all over as well. Because that queen, can we just show that? Because that queen ends up losing itself after the move h5, rook h4. Let's say you move the rook away to g1 or to f1. Rook takes pawn, queen g7, bishop e5. You're not losing a pawn, you're losing an entire queen on the board.
Yes, very well spotted there, Tanya. And the thing here to note very clearly is that when you are playing chess, look at the slightly unprotected pieces. If a piece is attacked once and defended once, it could be a tactical target. And this is what top players do intuitively very well. They don't see, oh, this attacked once, this is defended once. They just see it and they find the move. So here, I have a feeling that if Pranesh goes h5, Harshvardhan will see this. Quite a difficult position. Should we go to the Masters now?
Let's do it. Let's go to the Masters. We do have a winner in the Masters, but the race for second place is on. And two players who are in the middle of that are facing each other. Arjun with white, Karthikeyan with black. And I will tell you, draw is the least likely outcome in this one. Karthikeyan did sacrifice an exchange to create those dynamics. And he's coming for Arjun's king. The last move, it invites the knight to jump, take a pawn with a check.
And Tanya, you said draw is the least likely result, but the engine is saying it's draw right now. It's saying the best way, perhaps I'm mistaken, but knight f5. And if you go like, I don't know, where will the queen go? Queen d2, knight h4, queen e3, knight f5, and somehow could...
Never happening.
It's not happening. Yeah, you can actually keep it. Okay, it's not happening.
I think the engine says it's a draw. It just says it's a 0.13 position. And I'm sure Arjun's mind is also saying the same thing. Like it's a 0.13 position. And I think he's going to try and push this as much as he can. He's not taking a draw here.
This is the kind of position that Arjun would love to play with either colors. He'd love it as black, he'd love it as white. And it's sort of dynamically crazy. I don't want to say balanced here. You were talking about knight f5. In my mind, the first move that comes to everyone's head or radar would be knight takes pawn coming in with a check. King g2, and now you give a check on h4, and we see it's been played right now. I think the most human move in the position. Grabs the pawn, Karthikeyan does, expecting Arjun to move the king forward. And now will we see some kind of repetition with knight f3, knight h4? That might still be a more human way to end the game.
But knight f3, then I have king g3.
Are you trapping the knight?
Yes, I'm trapping.
Oh, let's show that. That might not be a repetition anymore on the board.
King h2, knight f3, and I think there's king g3, yeah.
And takes on, queen takes pawn, knight f6 check. But it's still not over.
Queen takes, I think there's queen e3.
Yeah.
Because the knight is still trapped. It's a very tricky line.
And now you take the piece, yeah? There's no way for the knight to escape. Wow.
Yeah. So, prediction time, guys. Who is winning this?
Arjun will win. I still feel it.
Arjun will win?
Yeah.
Someone will win. There'll be no draw.
What?
Right.
He hasn't played yet.
No, he didn't play queen f4 or queen g5. He went queen h6 instead.
Knight f5, knight e4.
Knight e4 was played.
Knight d4, queen h6, e5, c3, takes king g2, and we are here at this moment.
And I want to talk a little bit about that move, queen h6. It might appear like it's an aggressive move, but it also has a lot of defensive purposes in the position. It stops the black queen from entering via h4, attacking h3. It also makes sure that black has to be careful about any knight jumps on g5 or on f6, putting pressure on h7. So really nice sort of a attacking and yet a defensive move by Arjun to get the queen on that particular square.
Right.
So what happens now? We're expecting him to go to h4. That feels like the only move in the position that Karthikeyan has. After king h2, is he going to drive that queen away with knight f5?
Or he just focuses on development. Yeah, with bishop f5 or bishop e6. No, not bishop
The bar does not like knight
There's
f5.
knight g5, yeah. Bar doesn't like knight f5.
Yeah, because maybe the queen comes back and then somehow white could stabilize, right, with rook g1 or rook e1. The main thing that is in white's favor is this knight on e4 can never be attacked. So,
You know, you pick up that c6 pawn and put it on the d file, and Karthikeyan is playing for the win in this position because exactly what you pointed out, you don't have that key defender. But it's interesting how that pawn formation on that left flank is such a huge weakness for black here. Not only structurally, but stopping his own attack.
No, one thing is for sure from all the analysis that we're doing, it feels really hard for black to make moves. Like in comparison, I feel for white is much easier. You just don't have to, drop a queen with queen g3 immediately. But which feels like an easier task. But for black, I feel the moves are way harder.
Okay, Sagar just played out an entire checkmate. Can you get us in on this line? What was that about?
I was a bit curious, can this pawn be taken? And I just verified that no, you cannot.
From observing Arjun's games for a really long time, I've come to realize that whenever there is an imbalance on the board, Arjun finds a way to create a situation where his opponent has to be more precise than him. And I don't know how he does that. I wish I could
precise calculation, I believe.
Yeah, but yes, but that feels too simplistic to me because it's look at this position. I mean, this is clearly an imbalance. It was Arjun whose king was in danger, not his opponent, but somehow he managed to turn that around. And once again, it is black who has to find knight h4, bishop a6, whatever that move is, and it just feels like there are too many practical problems in the position which any human cannot solve.
Do you think that Arjun actually considers the king also as a piece and doesn't look at king as a king? Like we look at king as someone that gets checkmated, but Arjun is like, it's also a piece. And so then in all his calculations, he's not too worried. I don't know, he thinks differently.
Yeah, I think his brain is just wired different. And we've seen him use the king to actually defend itself in so many games rather than trying to get the pieces close to it. And I think, to your point, what really makes the magic happen, what's the differentiator between Arjun and, the others who are equally strong in strength when it comes to these kind of chaotic, absolutely insane position on the board where it just feels like what even is going on is hard to understand. Everything is hanging. Is that calculation is super strong, but he also really relies on his intuition, his feel that, this position, it's messy enough. I might not be better. In fact, objectively, according to the computer, I might even be worse at times, but this is practically so difficult for my opponent to navigate. And in my mind, with my cheat code of my nerves, I have them in control to handle those moments, to be more calm in those moments, to navigate my path. How many times we've seen Arjun sacrifice, the bar says opponent's completely winning, 2 moves later, Arjun's winning.
Yeah.
Exactly. And to be honest, it doesn't really matter who sacrifices because in this case, it was black who sacrificed in exchange. And yet again, it is black who has to be super precise here. Can we just have that move on the board, Sagar? After knight h4, king h2, black has to find bishop a6 here. Who in their right mind is going to play bishop a6 here?
Guys,
it makes no sense.
It doesn't. It's very tough to think this way. And also there's a reason why Magnus Carlsen called him the madman, right? It has depth to it. For example, he could have said, Arjun is a very aggressive player or something. But when you can't understand someone, you think like he plays like mad.
Exactly.
And so that name comes from Magnus also unable to understand Arjun.
Yeah, and it's said in the best of terms for his play on the chessboard. But I also want to point out one other factor. I think Arjun's style of play, which is his biggest strength, and I think over the years we're going to see that happen, is one of the reasons why Arjun had this meteoric rise to crossing, being, I want to say, the 15th player in the history of the game to cross 2,800 on the official list, and the second ever Indian to do it. But somewhere, when he's playing the absolute elite world-class players in the world, you know, that can sometimes become, that asset becomes a bit of a liability, because you also have to have that versatility of playing extremely strategic, dull, slow positions against the likes of Hikaru Nakamura, Magnus Carlsen, Alireza Firouzja, Fabiano Caruana. You can't just have and rely on your ability to handle these positions. So while in the open tournaments, we saw Arjun win them, you know, one after the other, have this huge thing, but we also saw him struggle in those very, very elite events. And I think over the next couple of months and years, perhaps that is something that we'll see Arjun evolve into, having that more universal approach.
Right. Well, let's see how things develop there. But yeah, great discussion on Arjun's style. I think all of us are a bit confused. Also, when we talk to Arjun, he makes it sound so easy. So that's not a help. You know, you think, oh, we'll ask Arjun about the questions and he'll answer it. And he's like, yeah, I just thought this. And, you know, he makes it look easy. So perhaps it will always remain a mystery to everyone.
Absolutely. And meanwhile, while, you know, Karthikeyan ponders over this knight h4 bishop a6, which, by the way, is not going to happen on the board, I can bet my house on that. Okay. Definitely not happening.
And the reason for that is also because your bishop is eyeing the h3 pawn. It's the diagonal you want it on. Why would you place it on the edge?
I just don't even understand why would I don't want to take d3.
He wants to take on, I think that's the point, because Sagar was showing this line, right? If you take it immediately, let's have it one more time. Rook d1 and there's a checkmate on d8. You can't pick up the knight on e4. So after a move like bishop a6, you renew that threat.
Right. Okay, guys, I want to draw your attention to Jordan versus Anish. I believe this is going to be decisive. I also feel Anish is feeling the flow. Right now, c4 he played. Queen went to c2, attacking the pawn. It was protected. Knight to g5, attacking the h7 pawn. Knight f6. e4 played. Ooh. And what the hell? e5 by Anish Giri.
That's a great move.
It's an incredible move. Sahaj, I also want to sort of applaud with you. Can you do it?
That's a great move, right?
What a move, yeah. Tremendous move here. e5. Okay, Jordan said thank you for the knight.
It's insane actually how refreshing Anish's chess has become in the morning. Maybe morning rounds suit him. Maybe you're
something onto something.
Your thing about, you know, Anish is half Indian, you know, him liking morning rounds. I think you might be onto something.
But this is fascinating. He gives up a piece at the center of the board to build a big center himself. Those two pawns are way worth more than a piece. They're not going to stop there, right? c3 is coming on next. d3 ideas. Also the fact that Jordan had to castle, you know, into the jaws of fire right here with those d4, c4 pawn just shows how difficult the position is. Let's back up. The reason that he did this, you'd love your king on the king side. You know, if you could castle as white, pawn takes knight, pawn takes pawn, if that was to happen, you just don't even have time, I think, to go bishop e2. Rook e8 is coming in. c3 is coming in. Ideas of d3 after rook e8. You just don't have the momentum to get your king to safety.
Yeah, exactly. That's why he rushed into castling queen side. But now just a5 and the position is kind of, he goes c3 first, which is also, I guess, pretty decent.
Your bishop's almost trapped, by the way. I think I say almost, I take that back. It is trapped. Can't go to f4, can't go to e3. Bishop e1 runs into black to play.
Yes.
So you don't lose the bishop, but you lose your knight.
Yep. Very, very sharp play there. Anish has around a minus 1.6, 1.7, which should be technically winning. But he also has 16 minutes on the clock.
Oh.
So
Very big
it
point.
can go either way.
And also, guys, right now, there's a chance for Jordan to just move his king away because the bishop is not hanging, the queen is hanging here. So then you can put your bishop back on c1. So there are these chances of the game getting super complicated. The best move, by the way, guys, was perhaps to push a5 and after ba, then go c3 because the rook is open. But Anish played it a bit too soon, it seems, c3. And let's see how Jordan reacts.
Well, he can also just think about the fact that Anish's queen is pinned on c7. So as long as pawn takes bishop doesn't come with a check, you save it. So maybe this is the moment that Jordan has to just sidestep with the king to b1, go king b1. You're vacating a square of bishop coming back to c1, which would be a great defender. You're also fighting against queen f4. And I see the bar doesn't slide, so perhaps king b1 is the resource here.
Yeah, it's a good one. It's a good move here.
By the way, we should really jump to Pranesh versus Harshvardhan because a queen has been sacrificed or blundered. I'm not sure what was it.
My goodness. So what happened was after rook e8, he went rook b1. So Pranesh really kind of going totally wrong there. Bishop e5, completely trapping the queen.
Was it a queen blunder then?
I don't know, like queen at 6.
Yeah, this is a...
I missed perhaps this move because if you go rook h8, he was planning to escape from here and then Harshvardhan just closed down the trap.
Yup, so this means he's lost.
It's over.
The game is over.
You know that pawn on h7, it's that mouse trap, right? You give up a pawn, you provoke the queen into that mouse trap, and then you just shut the door on it. The bishop sliding over, taking away all the escape squares. But I will point out, things were already extremely dire for white.
Yeah.
He was busted, I think, even regardless of being able to win that queen, but a beautiful, beautiful way to finish it off, nonetheless.
It's so sad and heartbreaking for Pranesh.
Yeah, I'm sure he's going to learn from this experience, but this in itself is quite heartbreaking. That's for true.
Especially because
true.
You have this amazing run. You've played against the best in the field, and at least on paper, you're playing the underdog in the last round. You consider yourself a favorite. You almost feel like, you've done all the hard part, and now this must be my championship because the stars have aligned. I've managed to get through the biggest hurdles, and I'm playing, the lowest seed of the tournament, who's on 3 points currently out of 8, so has had his own difficulties. I've got this, and I start with the white pieces.
Right. And so can we say with almost, not almost, but 100% surety that Pranesh will lose this one?
Yes, because there is no chance that he will survive this. There are in the off chance that Harshvardhan had 30 seconds on his clock, I would still say that he's not going to draw this match because he's a queen up, that too, going 2 hours into the game with the white pieces, wow. I mean, when he looks back in the coming years, he's going to look back at this game, and this specific game is going to give him a lot of pain, I think.
You either get a lot of pain, which he'll get today, but maybe he'll also learn a lot from this, right? Like how to approach last rounds, not to go all out, be a little bit more careful, and all of these things, maybe that'll help him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think this in the shorter timeline hurts a lot. You think about it, a couple of sleepless nights. But in the bigger picture, if you zoom out, it's moments like these that make you into your best version because you understand what you need to do until the very end. And I have been in a training camp with Pranesh, have seen how he is extremely positive, wants to take the best away. And I think he's just going to be back stronger with this.
Also has a strong support system.
Yeah, he comes from the Ramesh school of chess. So he knows how to handle these situations. He's going to go right back, analyze this game, and actually practically see what could have been done better.
Right.
There we see Harshvardhan, as usual, swiveling in the chair. He knows he's winning. He's very happy.
Like, okay, I've decided almost like who wins this tournament. Pranesh, maybe Pranesh still has a chance, guys. If Leon and Abhimanyu both draw, then 6.5 will be enough. But the problem here is that Leon is better. And I don't know how much better this is. But if we go to the Leon game, we see that
I feel he was a bit better just, I think, like 2-3 moves ago. But I think both of them have played best moves according to the engine at least. So White has just played Bishop D2, having that discover attack with Knight D5, Knight E4 as well. And Black has to sidestep the Queen somewhere, maybe to B6, A6 or C7. Now, generally speaking, I don't want to put my Queen on B6 because it stops me from playing B5. So I want to play Queen A6, Queen C7, anywhere else is fine. Just B6 I'm not as sure about. The bar says it's about a -1 advantage, but it's a bit complicated than that, right? Right, Tanya?
It's actually quite fascinating, this last move, because I want to point out a difference that's happened. Black has gone back Knight G6, so it almost looks like you're stopping Queen H7. So the question is, why can't you grab a piece right now? Pawn takes knight, because pawn takes pawn, guess what? I can simply move my knight. But I think the point is, after pawn takes pawn, now wherever you do go away with your knight, let's say you even get aggressive with a move like Knight G4, or try to retreat, Knight D5 would have run into Knight D5. White anyways goes Knight D5.
Wow. Can I play Queen takes D5 and just...
We'll check that, but I just want to show the idea. The point is that that's the only move. Anywhere else, Knight takes Bishop would have deflected that Black Knight on G6, and then once again you've got that mate on H7.
Wow. Wow, that's nice.
Nice.
Oh, but that means that if after Queen D8 I have Bishop A5. Yes,
that is beautiful.
I think I have Bishop A5.
I'm really glad you helped me out with that, because after Queen D8 I was completely lost. I was, what is the move here? Someone tell me.
So if you take here, it's a mate with Knight E7. But what if I just play B6?
Then Knight F6 and you win the Queen? Is it as...
Wow. Wow.
Okay, yeah, it's around -0.5, I think.
But this Adiban will take. He would take this position.
Yeah.
But then is there a better way to continue after Queen D8, or is pawn takes knight a possibility?
Actually, pawn takes G5 is possible move here. Your analysis was on point here. Leon can seriously consider it.
I think that was completely lost for Black,
no,
but it's
it works.
not.
It works. So maybe he can take, but he can also let it be. What do you think, Sahaj bhai? Will he take?
No. I will only take if I see I'm completely winning. Otherwise, I will never take, because it's unnecessary risk. I have the beast in front of me. There is no chance. I think just play Queen A6, try to be safe. As long as the H file is completely closed, Black has basically nothing to worry about. So just Queen A6, focus on the queenside attack, and yeah, I think he still maintains very, very good chances of winning here.
So you're saying simply sidestep the discovered attacks that White has set up and keep the tension on the board.
Exactly, because you still have an extra pawn. Right? Why should I complicate my position when I'm a pawn up? Right?
Agreed.
That makes, why should I put myself in a position where I have to make precise moves in order to retain my advantage?
Agreed.
It doesn't make sense.
Agreed. Guys, we should have a look at this one game in the challengers, which is still fighting for the top spot, which is Iniyan versus Abhimanyu Puranik. And Iniyan slightly better here with very good pieces, thinking about getting his rook to C1. Abhimanyu worse, but it's still manageable.
But I think for Abhimanyu and Leon, they are rooting for that Harshvardhan win. They want that result. So I think seeing that happen on the board next to them would probably inspire, motivate them, make them even more ambitious about trying to go all out on their board.
Right. Okay, so here can we say slightly better for Iniyan?
Yes, at least.
At least slightly better, and Abhimanyu should be careful. So again, very difficult to say. Maybe if I had to say who has the best chance of winning the challengers, Leon would be right up there at the top now. Then we would have Abhimanyu and then Pranesh, right?
Well, To me, I think Pranesh is still half a point ahead, and Abhimanyu has to draw this match, which is not an easy task, I would say. I think it is still manageable, though. I do have this feeling that it might be a three-way tie.
Wow.
I do have this feeling
That would
that
be amazing.
because Pranesh is on 6.5. And there's a chance that the Beast will defend his position. That means two players on 6.5. And Iniyan and Puranik, I mean, it's not losing. Yeah, you can save this position with accurate play.
Maybe,
So three-way tie is going to be so cool.
you know, while I see the bar and I hear you say that White is doing better, I mean, if you think about it, it's really not all that bad for Abhimanyu, this position. It's a healthy pawn structure. Your pieces are developed. You're one move away from getting the rook to c8. Unless there is something concrete, and I see the only move being offered here by our engine saying that queen b6 must be played, otherwise it's a sizable advantage, and I think that's because of a very concrete reason. Let's put the queen back on c5. Why is this an absolute must for black is? Because white has a threat. Rook to c1, and then you can't go queen b6 because bishop c7 would win material. Your queen kind of starts feeling very unhappy. You go to h5, the rook enters to c7 anyway. So he needs to find queen b6. Rook c8 also doesn't help in this position. I think amongst other things, if you go rook c8, there's at least bishop e3, and you maybe win the a7 pawn, but rook c1 also is something to keep in mind.
There's rook c1, queen b6, and there's rook takes c8, bishop takes c8, some rook c1 ideas.
Yeah, much stronger. And now you start seeing why it's so cramped for black.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so while Abhimanyu thinks for his move here, and Leon fights for his top place, and Harshvardhan, who's beating Pranesh now, by the way, it's all over completely. I don't see anything. He has just a rook for a queen and couple of pawns. It's time for us to head over to the Masters.
We can also catch the end of this. I think
You want to stay here?
I don't think this game's going to last much longer because I want to also just talk about, I think right now, Leon has the best shot. So Pranesh going down here. Abhimanyu needs to find queen b6. The game goes on. But draw would be probably a good result for black in that game unless white makes a big mistake. Meanwhile, for Leon, he's already up a pawn. You know, Adiban, with his brand of chess, is already making things pretty tricky, and it looks like it might backfire. So Leon Mendonca actually looking good to get the title currently right now where we are in the challengers.
Yes, objectively speaking, yes, but it's Adiban he is playing. You never know what's going to happen.
And also, if I was Leon, the worst thing I can do is to go and check other boards. That would really increase the pressure on you.
Yes, I
It'll
think
be
that's
like,
a great
just
point.
sit on your board and play. But then you're also, actually right now, if you go and see Pranesh is losing, that a draw might be okay for me to at least tie for first. So I don't know how Leon would approach it. Would he go and check other games, make a mental note, okay?
I mean, I feel like, you know, when we commentate so much on so many of these tournaments of these strong players, you realize that so much of that depends on what's happening on their board. If Leon is under a lot of pressure and feels like he needs to sit and calculate, that's all he's thinking about. But I'm sure when he gets that moment, he will take a walk. He will see what's happening because it gives you objectivity. If you need to pull the brakes for championship, you need to see what's happening around you to be able to do that.
Right. Okay. So right now, Rook C1 is on the board here, and we do not have a move. You can look at Pranesh there. He is quite upset. He knows there's nothing much left. There's only one trick that I can see is if black is super careless and does something like this, then we have Rook takes C4, Queen takes C4, and
Nice.
exactly, that's the final hope. That's just too much to hope for.
The final trick in the position. But the way Harshvardhan has handled this game, he's not going to allow it. I think it's just about... And this is also very instructive, you know, you're completely winning, but you don't rush your decisions. You take your time. Because turnarounds do happen in chess. So to be careful until the very last move is the takeaway here as he sits back.
I think,
Also-
Tanya, this will go on for like 15 minutes.
Let's
That's
do it.
my feeling.
Yeah, for sure.
Because Pranesh will be like, okay, I want to play till the end. I'll hope something. It's too much at stake to just resign.
Actually, you know what, Sir? Sorry to interrupt you. Come to your point. But I'll point out that if you trade a pair of rooks, the bishops are off the board, and it's only queen versus rook. We're looking at some fortresses that are possible.
I was going to say the exact same thing
I
just
can
now.
feel it. I can feel it.
So yes, if the bishops are traded off the board, that's you don't even have to trade the rooks. I think it's just a straight draw right then and there. Wait.
Oh, by the way, guys, we have our first result in the Masters section. Avander Liang and Vidit Gujrathi have drawn their game. It was a very solid game. So that means the tournament ends for 4 out of 9 for Vidit and 4.5 out of 9 for Avander. I think a very decent event for Avander. He played almost even to his rating, 2700 performance, while Vidit lost 8 ELO points. Not the best of events for him.
Especially that loss against Karthikeyan is probably hurting him
Yes.
the most. But I think overall, I think a pretty decent performance. Especially in those crunch moments, especially when he has less time on the clock. This is where Vidit seems to struggle the most
Yes.
in this tournament, at least so far. But a great performance by both players.
Guys, I am actually very keen to go to Nihal Sarin versus Pranav game. We haven't checked that too deeply, but we did see the Nimzo Indian opening where Nihal was trying to slowly get space. And right now, he's reached a point where he has so much space on the board and such nicely positioned pieces that Pranav is going for some very dangerous ideas, I think, with G5, G4 or something like this.
Wow.
Pranav really creative here.
But this is looking very, very good for white. I mean, you already pointed out the space. The harmony in white's pieces feels like a lot more as well. For black, when you have to make moves like G5, G4, you're already feeling the pressure in the position. There's a D6 weakness that can always come under fire. The white knight jumping to E4, maybe the queen landing on G3, putting pressure on D6. And I'll also point out one more move. In these kind of structures, what you really want to do is get rid of black's dark squared bishop. Because of the holes around the black king then become that much more weak. So there might be ideas that Nihal will potentially have of retreating his own bishop and offering a trade, trying to do just that. And if black falls back with bishop c1, if black falls back, then the bishop can find itself on f4, putting pressure on the weakness.
Right.
What were those arrows?
Sorry.
They went a bit wonky.
Okay, so right now it seems like Nihal might be able to take this one, but it's still early days. He's looking good. We had this game between Anish and Jordan, which was reaching the peak of excitement when the pawn came forward with c3 and Jordan did find king b1. Anish Giri on 8 minutes 43 seconds, guys.
Oh, and our blue arrow appears to help us, the unofficial fourth commentator on the booth. A5 is the best move and by quite a margin here. But I also want to say it's not a very difficult move to find, especially for a player of Anish's caliber. Just simply, it's kind of screaming out to be played, right? You want to open up your rook on that file. You also want to just threaten pawn takes pawn, rook a4 coming in. Pawn takes pawn, queen a7. Thank you very much, game over coming in. I'm expecting him to find this.
Yeah, but why hasn't he made a move since like 8 minutes or so?
I mean, he has 8 minutes on the clock. I mean, any move is hard to find when you have 8 minutes on the clock. But
A5.
yes, how much time did it take? He took 8 minutes to play A5.
Yes.
And now he's left with 8 minutes.
Yeah,
I think
he has to speed up, Anish.
I don't think this is a good sign. This could actually turn badly for him.
if there was no increment, I would be inclined to agree with that. I have a feeling that Anish realizes that the next few moves are super critical and could actually just end up in him having a decisive advantage. And with a 30-second bonus time every time you press the clock, if you're able to create that, because he's down a piece, he can't let Jordan off the hook right now. So it's very important for him to keep that pressure, getting a5, finding these critical moves, and then perhaps the feeling that he'll be able to build on that increment once the dust settles.
It's a good point. However, I feel that with 8 minutes on the clock, maybe you're buying time for the next 5 to 10 moves to retain that advantage. So from Jordan's perspective, he just has to not end up in a completely lost position in the next 5 to 10 moves. And if let's say after move 28, the evaluation is minus 1.2, Anish is going to be playing all seconds.
Yes.
And that means he's going to, like any human would, in those moments, you're not going to be able to keep that advantage unless it's a stable one. This is not a stable position at all. And you remember this happened to Nihal many times. It has happened to Vidit so many times that when you're winning and then suddenly the position becomes equal, but you don't accept that. You keep trying to play for the win, you overextend, and then you end up losing. We have seen it so many times at the top level, and I think this game is just a blueprint for that.
Can I suggest a theory here?
Yeah.
Which could be very interesting, although completely wrong. I also don't believe in it. But the thing is, to beat Anish is so tough, and Jordan has done many times. So he realizes that the only way to tempt Anish is to give him a very good position, so that he overthinks, and then there are chances for him as well. It's going to because he knows him so well, right? He's worked with him as his second. He's his country-mate, and so on. Okay, it's too much.
So you think he's pulling an Arjun right now?
He's giving Anish a great position, making him think, going low on the clock. Suddenly, it's like things are no longer in control. And then anything can happen.
Very meta. I would be very surprised if this was part of Jordan's opening preparation to get this kind of a position where he's struggling. I just think that this is a very critical moment. Every move is a high responsibility move here for Black. And it's understandable that Anish is burning his clock right now. Because pretty much, like you said, in the next 5 to 10 moves, the game could have a decisive advantage for either of these two players. And then the clock doesn't matter because you've got those extra 30 seconds. Anish also not sitting in his chair, so looking pretty relaxed about where he's at.
Guys, we must take a quick break at this point. But before going into the break, should we just have a look at the leaders game and give an evaluation and then come back and analyze it deeply? By the way, Bishop C1 played by Jordan.
You mean the champions game?
Oh yes, the champions game, Vincent Keymer. And guys, Vincent has actually equalized the position and is in fact in very, very good situation. He never thought about C5. He just put his pawns this way. Very nice play.
Oh, he also has 20 minutes more on the clock. I think all the pieces are left on the board. A lot of complications in the position, and to be honest, if Ray keeps this sort of time difference, then I think he's going to be in trouble.
Yeah, and this could mean that Vincent could move to 7 out of 9, a 2900 performance coming in for him. But guys, on the other side of the break, we'll be delving in more deeply into the positions. So stay tuned.
This is the PTZ Optics Move 4K, a smart camera built for fast-paced sports action. It follows the players automatically with smooth, accurate tracking. No camera operator? No problem. Control it from a joystick, a phone, or let it run on its own. With crisp 4K video and easy streaming, it fits right into your setup. Perfect for schools, clubs, and live sports broadcasts. PTZ Optics, professional video, made simple. Brought to you by RTAV, your broadcast AV partner.
Want to play chess but don't know how to get started? Try chess.com. Play for free against someone at your level or challenge one of our friendly computer bots. Trying to improve your chess? Learn the Queen's Gambit and other openings with guided interactive lessons. Like chess but don't want the pressure of playing games? Chess.com has hundreds of thousands of fun puzzles to help you relax and sharpen your mind. Play your friends, make new ones around the world, follow the latest games, and more. Sign up and play for free at chess.com today.
Are you struggling to get better at chess? A Chess.com premium membership is here to help. Train with unlimited tactics to become a strong chess player. With puzzles of all levels, you'll beat all your friends. Our library of interactive chess lessons will improve all parts of your game. Just like a friend who has your back, the computer analysis feature will give you feedback on every move you play. All of this and much more.
Only, I think, 5,000 rupees a month or something.
No, plans are affordable for all, along with a 1-month free trial, so that you can take your game to the next level.
Upgrade to Diamond now because Chess.com is best.
This is the PTZ Optics Move 4K. A smart...
And we are back with all the action from the Quantbox Chennai Grand Masters. This is the final round. It's all happening in, I want to say, the unofficial chess capital of India, but it's pretty much the official chess capital of India. Welcome back, everyone, and some big moments across. But I have to say, all the action has to be in the challenges section. In the Masters, Vincent Keymer running away with the tournament. That's a race for second place. But challenges, as Rakesh also joins us, is wide open.
Absolutely, 3 players can make it or take the title home and qualify to the Masters, which is the main prize for them. And 3 players, and Sagar and Tanya, would like to get your predictions. Is it going to be Pranesh, Leon, or Abhimanyu?
Rakesh aate hi puts the commentators on the spot. Predict kar lo.
It's actually a very crucial question, and I was pretty sure when I took a break that Leon is doing really well in this race. Then I met everyone there and they were like, Leon is 20 minutes down on time, position is complex, the beast likes to attack, it can go haywire. So right now it seems it will be a 3-way tie at the top.
You very easily get swayed, that means.
Yes.
You had a strong feeling, you had to stay committed to that, Sagar, but it sounds like you've changed your mind in these last 5 minutes.
You tell me something, I'll change again.
Well, maybe the board will tell us everything that we need to know. So let's do a quick roundup of where we are at, starting with Pranesh's game.
Yeah, so Pranesh is right now fighting. I mean, very unlikely that he'll be able to save this position if we can have Pranesh on our screen, Pranesh and Harshvardhan. But on the other hand, it's good to put some resistance, slowly just make it as tough as possible for the opponent.
And one very interesting idea that I see here is if black pushes the pawn to b3,
A3, yeah?
then a3, but then if you get the queen around and there is no stopping queen takes a3 checkmate.
Nice.
So that's something Harshvardhan is thinking.
Rakesh Bhai already tactically so alert, finding the moves there.
Finding all the checkmates, Rakesh, in the position.
Actually, Rakesh, look at this. If b3, ab3, queen b3 leads to a forced mate, right?
Yeah.
There's no, either you get mated here or here.
Yeah, even if bishop c5 trying to block the check doesn't work because queen check, bishop blocks, but it's GG.
And I think that's what he set up with the b pawn. You have to, because it almost looks like white has got a fortress, defending everything. Where do you make progress? And I actually think if the b pawn wasn't in the position, if Harshvardhan did not have that one last remaining pawn, perhaps even having the extra queen might not have been enough.
Agreed. So guys, should we shift our attention to Adiban Leon? For me, it's the most important game in the challengers right now.
And Leon has been there, done that in the Tata Steel Masters, where he qualified to the Masters group from the challengers. Can he do it again, Tanya, looking at the position?
He took the knight. Edgify, Tanya, it's your
I told you it was going to happen. And this is what these top players do. They calculate, they see that nothing, it's not this feeling that this is very scary and I'm terrified of this attack. No. If they don't see a refutation, he will go for the most concrete line.
Look at Adiban. Adiban is like, okay, guys, knight d5, engine says is the best move. I don't care. F4.
And Adiban has got such a strong reputation of being the beast, being an attacker. But Leon is like, calculation always trumps reputation.
Oh, that's a nice line. I'm gonna steal that. Use it in my future commentary. But I think that's great the point that you just made. You have to rely on these positions, not on intuition, not on fear, but on calculating the line through. Can we show that knight d5? I know we touched upon it earlier, and you mentioned it's the best move by the engine as well. But this is what the players were thinking. Knight d5 has to be the first move you look at. The queen must fall back, connect itself to the bishop, because knight takes bishop, knight takes knight would have ended into checkmate. And the line continues, right? Bishop a5, a beautiful resource pointed out there by Sehaj. But black has b6. You sacrifice the queen after knight jumping on to f6, a discovered check, a discovered attack on the queen. And then at the end of it, when the dust settles, black just has too much material for the queen.
Right. So this could have been Leon's calculation, but it's very difficult to predict a move like f4.
Especially when you're down a piece and you just make a random pawn move. But is it really random or does he want to go f5 next?
I think f5 might be possible. Queen c5 was Sagar's move or... Yeah.
No, he played queen c5. I was just thinking, isn't there a fork here on f2? Maybe a good point to ask our viewers, white to play, what's the best move here? Guys, go for it. There's a fork, you're already a piece down.
Has to.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Well done. Knight to e4, attacking the queen and also attacking the knight on f2, and it's Adiban who takes over. So queen c5 by Leon, the best move. And right now we are in this live position. The problem for Leon is that it's not like a very clear way to stop Adiban's initiative. He's better, but time is only 13 minutes on the clock.
A piece is a piece, and I think Leon needs to be careful for the next maybe 2 or 3 moves. Consolidates the position, he wins. Now, I just realized that f5 right now isn't possible because the queen and the bishop defend that square. So is there a way that perhaps Adiban, who needs to put pressure in the position, e4 is something that comes to mind?
But this is the problem, no? The fork.
So maybe even rook f1 is another move that could be on the agenda here, now reinforcing the threat of f5.
Right. I think this is a decent move, and if Adiban gets his pawns rolling, it should be an interesting game. Then again, Leon is better. He's playing really well. The question is, can he find the best moves, and how many best moves can he find in 13 minutes?
And just piggybacking on that f4 move, what if white goes e4, trying to get that queen on the h line somehow? So knight f2, bishop c1, let's say. Now you can't take on d1 because queen d1, queen h5 might be coming in.
Man, Rakesh bhai, going all out for the attack seems like a great plan. And then, if it happens on the board, humans can get really scared.
I'll tell you one thing, out of the 3 of us, I think Rakesh, his style of play is the closest to Adiban.
Yes.
So I think all these ideas is exactly what Adiban also wants to do. That f4 move is not just about pushing pawns, but clearing pathways for the queen to join the attack on the h line. And the thing is, we know Adi very well, right?
Yeah.
He's a player who doesn't care about material deficits in a position. It's not, his brain sort of thinks differently. He's looking at ways to create an attack, to get to the black king. For him, this is just a very interesting position where he's fighting for the initiative. I don't even think Adiban thinks he's that much worse here.
The image that I get in my mind is Leon standing here, and there's this finish line, and in between is Adiban with his tricks, standing in between. Can Leon surpass this final hurdle to reach the Masters next year?
And Adiban playing on his birthday, you don't want to lose on your birthday.
To Adiban.
So he'll be trying to, get his back full of tricks and play on Leon's time. 13.5 minutes for Leon. That might be on Adiban's mind. Like, let me put pressure and take Leon into deeper time trouble.
And right now, Leon's the one who's picking up the gifts here because he got that extra knight. But will we see some of those favors being returned or not? Still a very complicated position. And I've always felt that in these cases, the eval bar becomes the evil bar because it says that black has this huge advantage. But once again, from a human perspective, very difficult. He does go for a move that we were looking at. Stops knight f2, reinforces f5. Adiban attack incoming.
Yeah, and rook d8, Sagar bhai, only move.
Yeah,
Whoa.
it's like the only move to keep a big advantage, and it's not so easy. There is b5 also, and even if he finds rook d8, if he takes 6 or 7 minutes, Adiban will be super happy.
But we got to go a little deeper into this position because it's clear what Adiban wants next, right? It's almost a pre-move in this. You want f5. f5 and we live.
Yeah, I think Adiban is all in at this point. f5, f6.
So what happens? Rook d8, best move, black advantage, hearing all of that. But what's the response to f5? Are you going to counter-sacrifice and win the f5 pawn then?
Yes. Right now, the point is this square, this bishop is a little bit overloaded, or the queen is overloaded in defending the bishop. So you take here, and if rook takes, guys, black to play, what do you do here? Go for it. Queen is hanging.
Very good.
Yeah, counter attack.
So good. Rook takes d2. If you take the rook, this hangs. If you take, if you take the queen, I take your queen and black is winning. So, f5 is not yet coming in after rook d8, but can Leon find this move is the big question. We can come back to this game very quickly. Should we also, just to get a complete picture of who's fighting for the top prizes, Abhimanyu has perhaps made an inaccuracy. He's half a point behind Pranesh and his position looked fine, but he plays f6. And what an insane move is that? Rook d7.
You know, Sahaj is not here, but he touched the golden pawn, never moved the S pawn. And Tanya, rook d7. What a crazy move here. That
I don't think Indian finds it, yeah? Very tough.
Yeah, Ben Feingold will not be happy with f6 right now, which has happened. Rook d7, I think we need to break this down. But can we just see how we got here? Can we do a really quick action replay? Because this really is the fight for championship in challengers. We left it at this point where queen b6 was played. So Abhimanyu on top of his game until that f-pawn moved forward. b4 breaks on the flank. A trade creates a weakness on a3. And this was it. Instead of f6, he probably just had to unpin himself.
Yeah, I think queen a5 was a great move. The position would have been slightly worse for black, but nothing huge. f6, the problem for Iniyan is that he has many good moves here. He has knight to d3, he has knight to d7. So in a way, to play rook d7 is not so easy.
Yeah, it's tough. And you know, if this game ends in a draw and Leon also draws, Pranesh loses, you might have a three-way tie.
And think about this. If Abhimanyu loses, Leon loses to Adiban, then Pranesh, in spite of losing, becomes the champion.
Wow.
So everything is possible. Like Pranesh, can we show Pranesh's video right now? Because he must be so unhappy right now. But there's an outside chance that he could actually win by even losing.
Yeah, that's like Magnus Carlsen in 2013, how he qualified for the World Championship, which happened right here in this hotel.
Exactly. And by the way, guys, here the game is over. In fact, Pranesh can resign at this point because the a4 pawn is hanging and there's no defense.
Yep, no way to protect it. And again, the bishop pinning the b2 pawn, so White's bishop cannot really come back to block the checks. And yeah, I think we might just catch the end of this game, Tanya.
Yeah, queen a4 now. And there's just no way to stop. Queen takes a3. That's such a nice point, yeah. He allows checkmate.
He's going to let the checkmate being played out. Queen takes bishop, queen takes pawn, will end the game. And I think he will. Does he play king b1 or does he shake hands now?
He plays king b1.
He does it.
And queen b2. Great result for Harshvardhan, guys. And Pranesh, of course, look at him there. He's like, why did I do this?
But this is also so nice to see that despite this heartbreaking moment, you know, Pranesh coming in, going into this round as a leader of the tournament, playing the lowest seed, and lands himself in this checkmate, but still wanting to analyze there. Just shows the love for the game. Incredible sportsmanship. And I think for Pranesh, yes, it's not over yet. Anything could happen on the other two boards. But whatever it goes, it's still been a great tournament for the youngster.
Yeah, and GG's to Harshvardhan. Both players on screen qualified from the online qualifier. Wow. And they are here deciding the tournament. And Pranesh is really hoping the results go in his favor. But it's not in his hands anymore.
Yes, his fate isn't in his hands anymore. It is going to be about what happens on the Abhimanyu and the Leon board.
By the way, is Pranesh smiling? Yeah, this is incredible. Yeah,
he sees the board, the action on the other board, and he knows he's safe.
I think we're going to get tie breaks. And I think, you know what, I'll make a quick prediction on this because Rakesh loves predictions. We're going to see tie breaks, and Pranesh will be a part of those tie breaks.
That just means more action for us. Chat's going to love it. The audience here loves more chess. And I feel even though it's a 3-way tie, Pranesh goes through to the finals, and we'll have number 2 and number 3 play like a semi-final.
Yes.
So for that to happen, Sagar, for Pranesh to be in those tie breaks, Abhimanyu, Liang, neither of them must win, and there should be a draw.
Yes.
If both of them lose, Pranesh is still champion.
Right.
If there's a draw and one loses, then we get that tie break. We might even have a three-way.
Guys, Liang goes for this move F5 in this position. This is such a difficult move to make because you are weakening your king, you are creating a space, you are stopping F5. Adiban goes en passant, and now the knight is hanging here. Or is it? Bishop takes F6.
Wow.
And if you take on G6, guys, what's the move? Black to play. Bishop F5 check, and you lose the queen. Insane. Okay, so Liang very alert. Okay, Adiban didn't take it. Adiban is thinking now.
This is just an absolutely nuts position, right? White is down a piece. Not even for a pawn, by the way. It's 5 versus 5. A whole piece down. And Adiban just wants to find a way to create an attack. You can't take on G6. Well, if you move the king away, trying to threaten that, Bishop F5 is an idea that you have to be looking at.
Oh, I think the best move here is knight E4, attacking the queen and the bishop, which is most likely to happen. And then Liang has to decide where to go with his queen, maybe queen F5.
But this is just so typical Adiban.
This is classic. This is Adiban for breakfast, lunch and dinner. Loves these positions. So knight takes bishop, what do you capture with? You capture with the queen, because otherwise bishop e4 would have created a lot of problems on the g6 knight.
Yes. Oh, actually bishop e4, queen e4, yeah? Like for example, if you do this. And this would be a dream, right, for Liang, because everything gets traded. But
missed that completely.
e4 might be better here, and then Adiban is back in the game. In fact, the evaluation is just equal.
I mean, that itself is so crazy, right? What do you mean by equal in this position?
Yeah, nothing.
Only a computer can evaluate. It means 0. 0.0 literally means 0.
Okay, so right now, Adiban is thinking for his move. He can go knight e4. He's looking good. He has 30 minutes. Liang has 10 minutes on the clock. Abhimanyu, did Iniyan find... Oh, Iniyan hasn't made his move yet. Should we go to that game?
Let's just switch back because it's a critical moment here right now. F6 a mistake and the blue arrow appears. Rook d7, the move you were talking about. But it's also so tempting to actually put your knight to that square because you're attacking the c5. You're tripling down on a pinned piece there. In fact, to my eyes, this feels like the most natural move in the position, but it's not the strongest one.
It's actually, there's the only move, Rakesh, by now.
After knight d7?
Yes. Black to play again. Guys, if you are in Abhimanyu's shoes and a draw gets you to the playoffs and you have to find this move.
Yeah, let's ask our audience because I'm also trying to figure this out. Any move with the queen, you're losing the c5 knight. So you have to be precise with which square you choose.
There's only one square. Come on, Tanya, go for it.
I'm waiting.
I'm
waiting for our audience to help me out here.
Anyone wants to try a tough one? We have some grandmasters we can see here. Oh, rooks and you lose your queen. Queen a6. Is it Ritik who found it? Yeah, crazy. Queen a6 because the queen is hanging.
You know how it is. Ritik's got the moves always.
Knight takes a6 and well, this is still surviving for Abhimanyu. You know, Abhimanyu is on the edge of losing. Today, it's like, it reminds me of this Tata Steel tournament in Vaikanse, where Gukesh and Prag are both leading. Both lose. And it feels like leading is not an easy thing to do when you go into the final round.
You pointed out the World Championship match, Kramnik, the candidates for the World Championship, Kramnik, Magnus, same story, Tata Steel, Vaikanse. So we do see these things happen at all levels, even the absolute top. So Rook d7, Knight d7, Knight d7 slightly better for white, but not by much because it goes into that endgame. Rook d7 would be a huge advantage. What's the difference here? Because you still have queen a6.
You can go queen a6, takes, but in such a position, I think just getting off these two rooks is to white's advantage. And then there's this really nice move, e5.
I think that's the key move. And the reason is, look at that knight on a6. That piece is what you're fighting against. That's the piece that you can't allow in the game. Once the bishops are off the board, rook c6 was a massive threat there. And you go anywhere, and now you're attacking the knight on a6. You'll either win the a7 pawn or the e6 pawn once everything gets liquidated.
Right. Very deep. Okay, guys, I want to take a very quick break from the challenge. Although Iniyan is about to make his move and move to the Masters. Yeah, we'll wait till the move is made here and then go to the Masters section, because over there we have...
He's reaching for the rook. It's a long move. You can tell from that hand. It's a long move. It will be rook d7. And this...
How he finds it.
Good move. Well done, Iniyan.
I think very creative move, double exclamation move.
Yeah.
And Iniyan bringing out the creativity, like we have Akhil in the audience as well. We see his son, and he also has the Akhilism. Yeah, I think he's here.
Wow. Hello, Akhil. Hello. Very, very creative. By the way, guys, you can check out his shop here. There is a small stall, Akhilisms into Hasta, and check that out. It's very cool stuff.
Very, very cool merch. I will admit that I myself have bought, I think, half his collection. There are these really nice motifs, artistic motifs on t-shirts. I bought it online, but we've got a live stall here. So really nice stuff. And I think we've also seen Vishy. We've seen Anand wearing those as well. And we have another Grandmaster here also sporting one of Akhil's creations.
Yes, Harshit is here wearing it. So very cool. Right now, very artistic atmosphere here with rook d7 on the board, and
it's a brilliancy. Gets that double exclamation.
You know, we got all like happy and started clapping, not because Iniyan is playing Abhimanyu or anything of that sort. It's just the beauty, the sheer beauty of the move on the board that is evoking these emotions. The rook cannot be taken by the knight. The rook can take it, knight will take here. You can pick up the knight on e5, but then the e7 bishop is hanging.
So beautiful.
He doesn't.
What did he play?
He took the knight on e5, so let's just backtrack.
What?
No, he took the knight on e5.
No, he took rook d7, Tanya. Knight on e5 is a huge blunder.
Let's just have that. Oh, I thought it was a rook e7 on the board.
No, because
My
if
bad.
you take this and rook e7, white is totally winning because of pressure
C5
here.
hanging.
Yeah.
And the point is that rook c8, you anyway take on c5, and the bishop on b7 is hanging. So the queen is just overloaded.
So right now, with rook d7, knight d7, we are reaching this end game.
And it's like Iniyan has calculated the entire thing. Do you think he's seen e5?
I think so.
Will he go
He
for
will
e5?
play it instantly.
Instantly.
You know, Iniyan is like that. He sees like a sequence, he just plays it boom, 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 boom. All moves one after the other. Great chess.
So he took all that time before going rook d7, not figuring out is knight d7 stronger or rook d7, but going down this entire path and finding the key move in this endgame.
Yeah. Okay, so basically right now, Abhimanyu is on the edge. Okay, draw is still possible, but he's very close to losing, right? And we have Pranesh, who has already lost. And finally, a very quick look at Adiban versus Liang. This game I just can't understand.
Leon under 5 minutes, and this is the last moment before he jump into the Masters. But rook h5. I think this game has the most number of question marks and mistakes, but rightfully so, it's a spectator's delight.
It's that Mikhail Tal's forest of complications, right? That's what happens in these positions. It doesn't matter what the computer says. It doesn't matter what the engine's best line is. Because for the players to find those moves is so hard. Your calculation starts going wrong. You have these brain fogs, right? It's tough to understand. And then you just start hallucinating that 2 + 2 is equal to 5. And only one person comes out of that forest usually.
And so many of Tal's quotes are channeling Adiban's thoughts here. Tal also says,
like that, no?
yeah, there's always a clock besides the board. And look at Leon's time. Tal also had said there are right sacrifices and there are my sacrifices.
I love that one. And I think he also said sacrifice first, think later. And that's very Adiban.
Yeah, and right now, Leon down to 3 minutes, 56 seconds. We want to go to the Masters, but the challengers are just not letting us go there with their chess.
They're challenging our decision to go to the Masters section.
But let's go.
Let's head over there. We will jump back to...
Yeah, to an equally crazy position between Anish and Jordan, Sagar. The Masters are like, we are also playing crazy chess. Please come watch our games.
And few would have predicted it would be Anish, who's on 8 draws so far. And this is where the fire's at. Sagar, let's backtrack before we break this down because so much has happened.
Yes, we were at Bishop C1. Anish brought his queen to B6, which is a good move. He's still better. Bishop D3 by Jordan. H6. Maybe a small step in the wrong direction. Knight comes back. Bishop G4. This was a critical error. And Jordan chops off the pawn here, giving up his rook on D1. Also, the problem is, of course, if you take here, there's a discovered check. So Anish picks up the rook. Rook takes D1. And now AB4. There is knight F5, which was perhaps stronger. But what Jordan has done has completely switched the position around. I don't know who's even better here. The A pawn running down, B4. Engine says white is better. Anish has 4 minutes. Guys, help me.
This is a completely nuts position. I'm still trying to get what's going on here because first, let's just look at the pieces on the board, right? White has got 2 minors for a rook.
Yeah.
And black has these A2, B4, C3 pawn, which are pretty much tying down the queen, the bishop, and the knight, I was about to say. And unless Jordan is super precise, he's going to be in big trouble because when you have minors against a major like a rook, you need piece activity. But you also need to stop the pawns on the other side. He makes the most natural move, knight F5, trying to get D6. Can he go for the F2 pawn?
He took it.
He does it. Queen takes pawn. That's one pawn in the bag.
Guys,
Best move. In fact,
E3 was important here, Rakesh Bhai. But the moment he went here, Queen F2 has come.
And I'll tell you why Bishop E3 was important but not played. Because Bishop E3 loses control of the A3 square. And that, again, for a human is very, very scary. The black rook jumping onto A3 in certain positions is very hard to allow.
Absolutely. And it's not just 2 minor pieces for a rook, but it's also 2 pawns that black has. In fact, Anish has now 3 pawns more than Jordan. And look at those 3 scary pawns on the left side of the board.
Those are not pawns. Those are monsters. I mean, A2, B4, C3 is where usually white pawns are in games.
True.
Wow. But you know what? With these pawns, the white king looks very safe. It's not going to get mated. But the question is, you are seriously lagging behind in material count. So I don't know how Jordan is going to continue pushing the D pawn. Seems to be a very good move here.
And following up on your idea that perhaps these pawns are sort of an umbrella for white's king, which is why Anish, in fact, wants Jordan to take the B4 pawn to help him open up the lines to get to that king. Then rook B8, queen B6 with huge ideas on B1 would follow up. So taking on B4 will not be a good idea. Meanwhile, Anish has a clear plan. You're going to reroute your knight from F6 to C5. Yeah. Get that queen to move away and then push the B pawn forward.
Okay. Also, it's great to see, 2 good friends, Dutch number 1 and number 2, not agreeing like a friendly draw at the Quantbox Chennai Grand Masters, but going for each other's throats.
I think that ship sailed when Vaikanse happened. In that tiebreaker where Jordan beat Anish to become the champion.
Dirty flagging.
There was, but flagging in tiebreaks, it's encouraged. So that's what had happened. Anish, of course, went on to win the Masters next year, but what a championship that was by Jordan. And since then, there's always been a lot of excitement when these two face each other.
Yeah, for sure. And, Anish leading 2-1 in their head-to-head. But nobody wants to lose, especially in the last round. They might have the same flight to Amsterdam back. So there's going to be some tension there.
You know, they're teammates, good friends, but I also believe that there was a little bit of tension when Jordan was part of the Magnus Carlsen team for the 2021 World Championship match.
Yeah, for sure. And somebody who's part of this World Champions team was Vincent Keymer. And let's see.
He's winning.
How Vincent is
Again.
Again?
I mean, winning might be a bit too strong, but look at this. He has a huge advantage with black pieces. He might score 7 out of 9. He might reach 2,900 performance here. And what? He might cross 2,750 again.
That's insane. What a performance by Vincent here.
But just to show you guys what happened here, like a few moves before we left it at bishop d6, h5, it looked around equal. But then suddenly Vincent got his knight from d7 to b8 to a6 to b4. He jumped here and then he moved his bishop back from b7 to come here. What maneuvering, man. This guy understands where the pieces belong.
And I think that is one of the reasons why Vincent Keymer is also such a strong freestyle chess player. He just has a feel of these positions, of understanding where to develop pieces and what's the appropriate square. I mean, I just really liked what you pointed out there. You know, the knight, it goes from one edge of the board. You spot that this is where I want my piece, and you make that route happen. Then you decide, what is my second worst placed piece in the position? I need to improve my bishop. And he does that. And you know where he gets this understanding from?
Peter Lego.
The one and only. Just such a classical, fundamental coach there, player, challenge for the World Championship match in 2004. I think one of those players you can say really deserved to be world champion, but wasn't. And I think this feel for these pieces and where they belong, a lot of that credit goes to Peter.
Absolutely. I'm sure he's watching this right now.
Proud.
With a lot of... I think now the pressure is reduced because Vincent has already won this tournament. But still, this victory will be huge. I think 7 out of 9 is a huge score. It's very tough to score 5 wins in a 9-game tournament.
And with this field as well, right? A stacked field, a closely contested battle, this one. And Keymer wasn't even the top seed. So to come in here, but he has been having quite a great year so far. You know, he's taken down Magnus. He's had those big wins, taken down Fabiano Caruana in Weissenhaus, and coming here, just unstoppable, Rakesh.
Absolutely. And you know, this tournament is in fact also little special for Vincent, of course, breaking the top 10 and everything. But he was in Chennai during the previous edition of the Chennai Grand Masters. He was having a training camp with Gukesh at the same time. So definitely knew this was happening. And he's won it this year and can't wait to have him again next year.
Absolutely. And guys, one more game that would determine the second place in the tournament is Arjun Erigaisi versus Karthikeyan. And it seems like Karthikeyan has no intention to let Arjun enter his position. Look at that bishop firmly placed on d3.
And you know, bishop on d3 has to be dislodged because rooks work well in open files. They want to get into those 7th or 8th ranks to trouble those pawns. And lots of people in the audience, Quantbox zone, Arjun Erigaisi playing. We have a lot of people from Quantbox here as well. They are hoping, can Arjun create some pass ball, some counterplay to enter the rooks?
There's one break, Tanya. f3 has to be engineered to open up something.
And I think that last move by Karthikeyan was against that. But he's, you know, we do the math in this position, and Black has got 7 pawns. I hope I've got that right. 7 pawns versus 5. And that's bishop and 2 pawns for an exchange. So that's 5 points versus 5. So even from that perspective, Karthi's doing pretty well right now. He realizes that f3 needs to be stopped. He placed the rook on f5. Arjun knows that's the only break in the position, reinforces that threat. An exchange is only as strong as the open files the rook has. f3 is the way to go here. He needs to find a way to make that happen. And I think he will.
Yeah, he will play this move. But will it be enough or not? We'll see. To win, should we head back to the challengers?
You know, I just want to, before we finish that thought, f3, if you can maintain both rooks as white, is much stronger than f3 if a pair of rooks is traded off. I think that would help black keep things more under control because the king can then stop the infiltration squares on the open lines. So a trade of rooks, I would feel, is beneficial for black here.
Yeah, looks like for sure. And in fact, if Arjun and Murli draw, they end up on 5 out of 9. Vincent can win the event by 2 points.
Wow. That's massive. That's massive in a 9-round event. And Rook G5 check. Maybe Karthikeyan just doesn't allow this to happen. You have to go back. He comes back, stops F3. And perhaps we could even see a repetition.
Yeah.
But are you going to be able to stop it? Because there is an idea of going, I was going to say king to G2, but we are seeing a repetition. So Arjun going for this. King G3 played and
Maybe
Karthik takes a
Arjun
pause.
is happy here with a draw.
Is it going to be Karthikeyan who will play more? But I don't think as black you can play for more in this position. You've maximized everything. Oh, he does.
Plays on for more.
Karthikeyan wants a win here.
Wow. And I guess his point is if F3, he wants to play H4, gaining more space, because if you take here, E takes F3 is just winning. So that could be his idea. Although after King G2, it's still...
But then you take on F3 and you have Bishop E4. So you might not have the time to capture back.
True. That's very nicely spotted, Tanya. Yeah, maybe that's why he thought it's good idea to play on really great attitude by Karthikeyan Murli. He's saying like, I'm playing a player close to 120 elo points above me and I have to fight here. Let's go to Anish Giri's game against Jordan. We have a big move that has happened after Queen F2, D6, Rook E8. In came a check, King H8, and here Bishop takes H6.
And the only move that, well, not only gives Anish a huge advantage, but stops him from getting worse is the knight retreating move to G8. And it is an incredible, difficult move. In chess, knight retreats are the hardest to spot. The point is that white is threatening to take on F7. If pawn takes bishop, I think queen takes pawn is just game over. Knight G6 coming in with a check. Mate.
Yeah. And Anish down to under 2 minutes.
How do you find knight G8 with 2 minutes on your clock?
No way. Guys, this is getting very intense. 1 minute 38 seconds for Anish Giri. After Bishop H6, he has to find the move Knight G8. Very tough.
Or he's just completely worse, in big trouble with no time on the clock. If Anish doesn't play, which is perhaps the most difficult move to spot on the board. Yes, you have 10 minutes, process of elimination, you can come to it. But with a minute on the clock?
Yeah, it looks unlikely. Or what do you think, guys? Will Anish find it? Yes? Oh, the crowd.
With Anish, he steals a pawn there from the side of the board under 1 minute, Sagar.
Knight G8.
Go for it, Anish.
You have to play it.
And just to let the audience know, Knight G8 is -3. Almost a piece up for Anish.
Well, because once you play Knight G8, you really trade off this knight on E7, which is such a monster.
Because it's trapping the black king in a mating net. Anish Giri getting ready to make his move right now.
He has to move. There's no time to get ready.
If he defends the F7 pawn, the bishop retreats, Rook D3, Rook H3 will be checkmating ideas. Anish will not have enough time then.
Tanya, can you read Anish's hand and say what move he's going to play?
It did feel a little bit when he leaned forward that it was going to be the knight. I think he spots it.
No,
He's
20 seconds.
He's going for the other rook, it seems. He's not looking in that direction. Oh!
It's a retreating move. That is a retreating move.
He's playing
Let's go.
The way he's reaching out.
9 seconds.
Oh, but he got the wrong square. He makes it to the wrong square, Anish Giri.
Anish.
Only move bishop to E3.
No, but that bishop E3 gives an advantage, but I mean, white is now having even bishop. What? Bishop D2? Okay, firstly, guys, if knight C5 is a big threat, and what Tanya explained with bishop E3, queen E3, you can get the rook here, but there's a check.
Take on F7.
But take here.
This is over. Knight G6, queen H5, all these threats. Anish played knight D7, knight G8, blocking your own king, cornering your own king is such a hard move to make.
And you can see Jordan's expressions. He can't believe what has just happened.
You know, Jordan, the kind of player he is, I think he finds bishop e3. And the difference here is that after bishop e3, you can simply take and the knight on e7 gets traded off.
So knight g8 was more like, this knight, please get out from here. But knight d7 does nothing to remove this knight. And bishop e3, a deflecting move, very important.
Anish had to go all defense, but he's gone semi-defense with an idea of an attack on c5. But he will not get enough time if Jordan spots bishop to e3, and he's got 25 minutes on the clock to find that.
Yeah, he will find it.
Anish played the last move with just 6 seconds. That is why he has 36 seconds. That is not minutes, guys.
Yeah.
And let's just show that one more time, because there's another very important detail to knight to g8. After knight g8, bishop e3, queen takes bishop, queen takes pawn, knight takes knight, queen h5, there's queen h6 on the board. Your queen suddenly from e3 is beautifully placed. But none of this works if you can't get rid of that knight on e7.
Right. So right now with knight d7, this is the move. And if he doesn't find it, then Anish is winning again. Just for example, let's say he decides to bring back his bishop. You know, it's a normal move, natural move. Now the knight jumps into c5, a move which we wanted to get all throughout. The queen is attacked, and once you take this pawn on b4, queen c2 is hanging, and it's game over. So Anish has the right intention at heart. You know, I want to go to c5. It's just the specifics which are not working for him.
But you know, the point is that with 25 minutes on the clock, if you sit down and calculate, I think, again, process of elimination will guide Jordan to this decision. Let's take the options into account. You can't move that knight from e7. Black goes rook e1, wins the game. That's not an option. Bishop takes pawn, king takes bishop, no problem. Not enough pieces to give checkmate. If you come back to any other square, you see knight c5, and you realize that that is lost for you. If you move the rook from d1, you don't have any good square. Basically, Jordan doesn't have any other move except bishop e3. You can't move the bishop from c2, queen b2 trades off everything.
No, what you said, Tanya, sounds very convincing.
He's going to find it. You'll see him play this out.
Bishop e3 is such a tough move if you think about it, because in a way you are putting a piece on an undefended square. So I do get it that because we saw this move, it is the move. Yeah, here it's the only move. But do you think like Jordan is also thinking about something else? Maybe he's thinking,
no way.
That's the point. You think if you have 1 minute, bishop e3, very difficult. But when you look at the whole board, you measure all your options, you realize everything else is losing.
Yeah, and bishop.
Let's ask our audience, no, here, guys, bishop e3, likely?
Is it like obvious?
It's not obvious for sure.
Very few people think, yeah.
Not that.
But do you think he finds it? Do you think he plays it? Yes, I think he plays it.
Well, Anish needs to find, Jordan needs to find it, or else Anish wins this. We'll stay here, yeah?
Let's stay here because this is a huge moment for Jordan. And you know,
By the way, guys, I need to shift to Vincent Keymer completely winning.
Wow.
It's game over. He's plus what right now? Plus 9? No, come on. Something went wrong, yeah?
He's up a rook. There's a rook missing from the board.
No, one second. I think something in broadcast went...
Yeah, rook takes c6 was played. Rook c6, queen c6.
Okay.
So there's a technical thing. So let's go back to Jordan right now.
Still he's winning though. Vincent will win.
An advantage.
Yeah.
And what a way to finish the tournament if he does, right? A last round victory, dominating there, but it's all eyes on this board. Let's have the players on our camera as well. Jordan van Foreest, he's known for his creativity. And there he is. He's taken a pause as well.
Mm-hmm.
And you just sit and calculate. Ooh. You know, we've got a grandmaster here with us, Vishnu, in our studio. Vishnu, what do you think? Will Jordan spot this idea of bishop e3? How does a grandmaster sort of come to this conclusion that you have to play bishop e3 here?
Yeah. Look for something absurd and don't play a normal move.
that the position is so crazy that you're already channeled into absurdities about the whole position, right? You're looking at ideas because you're down material. Where do you get A2, B4, C3? This is as non-standard as chess gets. So you're looking for non-orthodox moves here.
Bishop E3, the only way for black to protect F7 is to play Queen F6.
Exactly,
But then Queen D5, idea Queen H5 check. You cannot stop Queen H5 with pawn to G6 because Bishop D4 pins the queen.
Pins and wins.
Wow. And everything. The problem is this knight taking away this square, yeah?
Knight to G8.
So important.
It was the moment. It had to be found. And again, I think this is something Sehaj predicted, right, when he was here. That there will be critical moments that lie ahead. And if Anish doesn't have enough time, the game can completely turn around given the nature of the position.
You remember my theory? You guys were like, that's not a good theory. But actually, it happened just that way. The entire theory came alive.
You didn't believe in your own theory, Sagar. You have to be more convincing about it.
No, I was more like, okay, this doesn't look likely, but it does seem like Jordan created such a mess that Anish couldn't control it. And that seems to be a good way to sort of describe this game.
And again, Mikhail Tal's code there, he took them to a deep down.
He goes bishop to C1.
What?
He misses it. Anish Giri is winning again.
I told you guys.
He's
Easy.
playing knight C5. Wow, it's completely winning now for black.
Immediately.
What the
On the board.
The audience loves it.
What is this? Bar swings like you've never seen it before.
You can't imagine White's best move here. It's pawn to G3. That's how bad Jordan's position is.
Losing the queen with a check.
Yeah.
What happened to Jordan? Was it a blank moment that he forgot knight c5 is coming? Like, how could you play bishop c1? I mean, he just forgot that the knight is coming here, guys.
You know what he missed? Let me tell you what he missed. That after queen d5, you're threatening checkmate in one. Queen takes bishop, that queen comes back to h7. Queen h5 is not checkmate anymore. Oh. And this is game over. Because that queen from one side of the board goes to defend, just slides back.
That's so well spotted, Tanya. That's amazing. That's the point, guys. Because GMs don't make such blunders. And this is the oversight. He wanted to checkmate. Anish was like, Jordan, my queen will come back and you have to resign.
And this is the moment when Jordan realizes it. You look at him on the camera and he knows this is over. Knight c5 was not missed by Jordan van Foreest.
Yeah, and Anish Giri, look at him. He's so excited now. He knows he's winning. Game over. Oh, he's even taking a bottle of water and...
Wow.
Do you think Anish had spotted bishop e3?
I'm not sure.
I think so. He might have.
Yeah,
Definitely.
you think so?
We'll ask Anish when he comes here. I think
it's his first win of the tournament.
Win.
From literally the jaws of defeat,
Look at Anish. Look at Anish
the win.
there.
And it was one move. Anish could have been lost, and now he's winning. And Jordan knows it, that there's no checkmate on the board that exists anymore.
Jordan was having some problems with his contact lenses, but a blind spot in the last round loses him a very nice game by Anish.
But this was perhaps one of the most exciting games of this event, and Jordan is going to resign here. We can hang in there for the end.
There is nothing that White can do to save this position.
Yes.
Your queen is attacked. You can't stay connected to the bishop. And then the realization dawning that you lose that bishop and you don't have that checkmate on the H line.
Right.
It sinks in, and then you just need a moment or two to accept it. And I think I agree with you.
A moment or two. You take like 17 minutes, 54 seconds.
But do you make a move?
Before resigning.
Yeah. It's chess is brutal in that sense that Jordan has all the time, but not the position. What
and
to
he
do
had
with
the
the
position.
time?
He had the position one move ago.
Yes.
He had played it so well, setting up this idea. Very difficult resource, and knight g8. But Anish didn't find it.
This seems like a little bit of a recurring pattern with Jordan. With Vidit, he played the most amazing game in round one, then blundered this rook b1 move. Then against Pranav, he was totally winning, blundered queen c4 move. And now with Anish. And perhaps it happens with the most creative players that they are not extremely precise in their calculations, and that could be the reason.
I think he sees it now. You know, he played bishop c1 just thinking, why do I even need to give up my bishop? I'm just winning. I'm just checkmating on the next move. But he realizes, and let's just show that one more time, Sagar, the problem, what it was, the blind spot, as you said, about this position. This is what Jordan was relying on.
This looks so tempting, right? Queen in the center, attacking, checkmating one.
And everything else apart from this move is winning. But this is what Anish wants to do. And check, drops back, and if you count the material, black is like exchange up, 3 pawns up.
And also no time to chill because knight b3 is a checkmate in one.
This is heartbreaking. And I think Jordan also, this is the moment where he's thinking about bishop to e3. I think now seeing knight c5 on the board, whether it was on his radar earlier or not, you know, what's gone is what you start to regret in these times.
Yeah. Well, he'll resign very quickly now. It's going to happen, which means Anish Giri moves to 5 points.
He's moving a lot on his chair as well, Anish. You know, he knows that this is going to be his first win.
Yeah, but what a big win, right? Because if Karthikeyan and Arjun draw, then Anish joins them on 5 points, which means he becomes joint second in the tournament.
Yeah, suddenly +1 looks like a great score. It's just Vincent ran away with the tournament, but 3 players might end up with the tied second spot.
Yeah, and for Anish, Chennai might become a place to come again. You might be like, okay, nice event. Yeah, Anish sees it through.
This is quite painful, actually, you know. And that is what chess is, right? You've got relief and joy on one side, and then you see how agonizing it can be for the player on the other side. One move away from win, and that's the move that it all turns around. And now you're just completely busted to the point where you can't even fight on.
True. You know, Jordan having those 17 minutes of time, it's down to 15 now. Tanya, you spoke about the 5 stages of grief. Probably Jordan going through them right now. It's heartbreaking, especially losing the last round game.
Yeah, and the 5th stage of grief is acceptance. In chess, there's a 6th stage, and that's resignation. And I think we're going to see that.
Yeah. Oof. Okay, guys, we will keep this camera on, right? Let's keep the camera on, and I just want to show you.
He's about to play. Yeah, you can.
Yeah, we can just keep this on so that we can see Jordan, what he does, which move he makes, very quickly come back. Knight to g6 check is a suggestion from one of the viewers. If I take the knight, Queen c4. Then I take the bishop. You wanted to... Oh, that's such a smart idea. King here. And yes, you could have made a repetition, but perhaps the knight will jump back. Very smart, very smart. Yeah, very creative as well.
Do you think, well, maybe Jordan might play just one more move with Queen d5 and then resign. But once they resign, do you think we'll see the hand movements there of bishop e3? Do you think it will occur in their analysis?
I'm not so sure about bishop e3, whether they realize that that was the only moment, because the game had so many moments, right? Yeah. So they could discuss about, oh, in the opening, why did you play bd2 and stuff like that.
But if we see bishop on e3, it's definitely that moment that they're talking about. If they're...
Yeah, if they say that, yeah.
You know, Anish also gave a brief 2-second look to the camera, like, you guys covering this, right? Like, you're watching the game.
Like, to all the detractors who thought, I'm going to have 9 draws in your face. This is what I've got. I've got my first win in.
Yeah, we are all waiting for Anish's tweet now. Some tweet.
This is going to be something funny and a little dig at Jordan, probably.
Meanwhile, Vincent Keymer is really better against Ray Robson. That has been the case for quite some time. While Nihal Sarin is clearly better against Pranav. And in the challengers, guys, Adiban and Leon Mendonca have reached an equal position. kind of stabilized a bit. We will see the analysis here as well. Abhimanyu Puranik is seriously worse against Iniyan. He might not be able to save this game. And Pranesh has lost. So right now, Tanya, Rakesh bhai, it seems like we are looking at Pranesh versus Leon tie breaks.
Yeah. And in the last 15 minutes, Pranesh and Anish have been the happiest people in Chennai probably, because how the fortunes have changed, Tanya.
Absolutely. I did say, though, that Pranesh will find himself in tie breaks, and I think I'm going to stick with that prediction. That one's looking good. For Anish, I could have never predicted this one. It just felt like this had gone all wrong. And it's really not over till you played your last move in chess, and miracles happen. And bishop to c1, and a grandmaster of Jordan's level just having that miss in that moment. Knight
I think
c5.
I don't see any way that Jordan could, change something or even offer any counterplay.
Yeah.
Do you think he plays queen d5, or does he just throw in the towel in this moment? Does he resign now?
He'll play a move, I think. One move.
Yeah.
It's not going to be g3, the best one according to the engine.
Best engine move.
What's the second best engine move?
Queen d5. No, I'm not even sure. Let me check. Queen takes b4 and queen takes c2 is the second best move.
So queen takes pawn actually does make some sense. And then you anyway pick up the bishop on c2.
The same point, yeah.
And then you can't pick up the knight on c5 because queen b1 is checkmate. And queen h4, queen h7.
Yeah, he's going through that stages of acceptance now. He's not reached there yet. Yeah. What are the 5 stages, Tanya? Can you tell our viewers?
I was hoping you wouldn't put me on a spot. I know the first is denial, where you just don't want to accept anything. Then you can't deny it anymore. Then I think comes bargaining, where you think, hey, maybe if I would have played that, it would have been different. Had I played another opening move, it could have been different. Maybe if I'd find bishop e3, I would be the one winning here. So you're sort of bargaining with the reality. The third and the fourth one, what is it called? I'm not sure. Maybe we'll just Google it. Help me there, Rakesh. I know fifth is finally when it dawns on you that you have to accept the reality. And as it is in chess, the sixth is usually resignation. There is depression that comes before acceptance.
I think Jordan is in that phase right now.
Anger was there in between.
Anger
denial
is third.
and no, it's
So
second.
it's acceptance?
No, how can it be?
No, sorry, it's denial, bargaining.
No,
Denial, anger, bargaining, depression, and acceptance.
So there's anger, there's bargaining.
I think Jordan is right now at
Fourth
anger. No?
No, I think it's the fourth stage where, see, he shakes his head.
Yes.
You're just
And how
Not
comfortable
happy.
Anish is. Like, he was locked in like 10 minutes ago because he knew the position was tricky, but he knows now he's completely winning.
Actually, that also makes the prize money quite a big factor, right? Like you go back home with much more.
Yeah,
This
because
win.
all prizes are shared, and more than 1 crore rupees here sponsored by Quantbox for these top players. It's a big purse that you take home.
But I will tell you, I think for Anish, there's this pride and glory attached to this game, which kind of supersedes all of that to a big degree as well. The fact that he's playing his compatriot, a player he has so much history with, has been part of the same team, but has also rivaled for those big, big moments in championship. And another page in that rivalry written today with a very roller coaster of a game.
It doesn't hurt to get $10,000 more, yes?
No, it doesn't at all. And it's a great, it's a cherry on the cake. Or maybe it's the whole cake.
Yeah.
Jordan has a look at the clock, but it's not the time he's worried about.
No, the clock is the least of his problems.
Guys,
You can see it
while
on
he's
him.
thinking, look at Vincent's game. Vincent is right now equal pawns. Everything's equal, yeah? Like material is equal, 3 pieces for each side. Rook takes rook. We are now in this position where there are only minor pieces on the board. But there's a huge thing in his favor, which is these pawns. Oh, we should keep the video of Jordan and Anish, right?
I think the last few moments of that game.
Let's keep that on.
And you can see it, the clock keeps ticking low. Now he's around the 7-minute mark, Jordan. But the thing is, just a position, you have no moves to even keep the fight on.
Also, speaking of Vincent, kudos to him. He was guaranteed first place. Could have maybe relaxed a bit, but he's about to get another win for himself.
And it's such a stylish way to finish the tournament with absolutely crushing performance there. We were talking about what happens in these last rounds. Sometimes you lose the energy, you lose the focus, but none of that for Vincent Keymer.
B2 pawn is a runner.
And knight takes pawn is a big threat on the board, getting rid of the only defender.
So this is the problem that plagues Robson. A4 is coming and that should be winning. And just a very quick look at Arjun Karthi. Oh, F3, H4 has happened.
Yeah, so Arjun looking like he will draw. So Anish more than likely to join them with 5 out of 8 and the second spot. And I think, Tanya, we should have resignation soon. It's just 5.5 minutes left for Jordan.
The more time that Jordan takes, it feels like he might not even make another move here. It's heartbreaking.
Yeah, for sure.
And the thing is, he played this beautiful idea, right? Knight coming to f5, the pawn moving forward, sacrificing the bishop for the h6 pawn, the knight giving a check, trapping the black king. And then you're close. And he played that move, bishop c1, thinking that Anish will be the one resigning.
Look at Anish there.
Really leaned in, he's locked into the position. There's not much to calculate here.
I will still calculate, although I know there's nothing.
Anish is enjoying this moment.
Yeah, he's savoring it. He's like the eval bar, almost halfway through into White's camp. And nice win by Anish. He would love this. And we should try to get him in the studio.
Yes, that would be really nice to have him here. To go through
Vincent as well, champion of the event. He was busy yesterday. So.
And Jordan also had such a storyline in this tournament, right? He started with 2 back-to-back losses in round 3 and 4. Was winless until round 5, then made a comeback, a turnaround in the tournament with 2 back-to-back victories against Robson and Nihal Sarin. And it looked like Jordan is back in all of it. He was almost winning against Pranav. A miss, a draw there. And this would have been such a great finish for him after the up and down tournament, a difficult position, castling in this one, long castle, some crazy moves played, and so close to victory. And I think what hurts the most is that the turnaround moment in this game is the one that could have gotten you the win, but instead you're lost.
Yeah, and you think about it, he's thinking about it now, you think about it on the flight back home as well. Until you play your next game, it's somewhere in your mind always.
Yeah, that's true. But for now, it does seem like he's going to use all his 17 minutes. He's been thinking for 14 minutes. And we did think that he would resign sooner, but Jordan is like, no.
I think he's on acceptance now.
So the 6th stage incoming, Jordan Van Foreest, super strong player, but they can also have their blind spots. And what a tough pill to swallow.
Also, I like Anish sitting there, yeah? Because he could have also gotten up and kept walking, but I think it's very respectful to the opponent that you're sitting there.
I think Anish is just waiting for the hands to come forward. So he's not walking around because he expects that to happen any moment.
And he can't actually. He has only 59 seconds.
Yeah.
Anish can't afford to, take a quick break because Jordan might play quickly. Under 3 minutes now. Is this a photo, by the way? We've just seen. Oh, Anish scratches his head.
I'm really curious to know if either of these players spotted bishop e3 now, before. We know why Jordan went for this line, what he missed. We understand that. But was bishop e3 on their radar at all?
I think after he played bishop c1, probably. Jordan spotted
And seeing knight c5 and that bishop c1 doesn't work, and then it hits you. That I had a move that stopped knight c5.
And bishop e3 was the move which could have captured that monstrous knight on c5. So it's the move had so much importance.
By the way, guys, Vincent Keymer might win before this game's resignation happens. Look at this Ray Robson about to resign there.
10 seconds for Ray Robson.
Should we go there very quickly?
Let's do it.
Let's go to Ray Robson.
And it's going to be
5, 4, 3. Oh, Ray finally plays. It's a blunder.
He goes bishop f1, but b2, b1 is coming. So Vincent is just so. And let's quickly, now that we know that this is not resignation, let's go there. Okay, here also there's no resignation. No one wants to resign, Everyone wants to play till the end.
But it is the end. That's the point. Both these games, for Ray Robson also, so much pressure put by Vincent from pretty much the middle game until that last move that we just saw. Blunders don't happen out of a vacuum. It's just a player cracks when you have to face difficult moves after moves.
Under 60 seconds now. Jordan has less time than Anish.
It's not about the clock. That's the thing. You could have 1 hour on the clock, and I think Jordan would be using that much time. It's just dealing with the emotions right now.
It's painful.
Yeah. We are all like
You think it just
silently
gets
waiting.
flagged that there will be no resignation,
This
there will be no move?
Of this Gukesh versus Nadirbek game from the Olympiad where he plays a move. Rook d3.
Rook d3 wants to give a check.
But knight b3 is a check.
Oh, and then he has queen b2 maybe.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
He reaches out. It's going to be the
He's going
finish.
for it.
That is a beautiful line. Sacrifice the queen only to make another one.
Wow, he goes for it.
Nice. Beautiful. And handshake. Anish Giri scores his first win of the Chennai Grand Masters 2025 after 8 draws.
Tanya, he's
Bishop
pointing
e3. Bishop e3 told instantly. And Jordan was like, I think he's quite upset there.
Yeah, Jordan's, I think, quite frustrated with the way it happened. And Anish pointing out the winning move there.
Yeah, I think they're discussing bishop e3 there, and Jordan not happy at all that he missed that.
Yeah, it's just tough, no? You play this beautiful game, this complex fight, and it takes 2 to make an art piece on chess. Anish played equally well. And then 1 move away from win, you make the losing move on the board, and there's no coming back from there, and Jordan's dealing with all of that right now. Maybe you can just show this finishing line as well while we have our live analysis board. That bishop takes queen.
Takes, king takes, you make a queen, king c2, and then you can win in many different ways. But this might be the easiest.
It's all about that knight on e7. You lose that knight, the black king is a free piece.
By the way, the clock is still running for Jordan. He never stopped it. And it's hit 0 now.
Yeah, the time ran out a long time ago on the board.
Maybe Ray Robson's clock is hitting 0. Saga, can
Let's go to Ray Robson's board now. Knight
completely over.
And b1 queen leads to, he doesn't even do that. He's like, I'll make a full queen here.
Point is knight b1 blocking the queening square. Vincent wants to bring his knight around with knight a3.
That's actually really nice technique, and that is resignation. Vincent Keymer does it in style. The champion of the Quantbox Chennai Grand Masters wins his final game, undefeated, unstoppable in Chennai.
What a dream run for Vincent, right? Like not just winning, crossing 2750, reaching world's top 10. He got everything that he would have hoped for here in Chennai.
30 lakh rupees as well. 2900 performance, 20 rating points.
And the feeling that playing in India is good luck for him, because guess what? The World Cup is coming up.
Yeah, we don't know the official city yet, but November will be India's month for chess, and what a time to be a chess fan in India.
Absolutely. And guys, we will let you know what is Vincent's live rating, but it's time for us to go to the challengers section now. And there lies the action. We have Leon Mendonca right now trying his best to win this endgame against Adiban. Looks unlikely for now, but some chances for him.
Even Adiban's endgames are also crazy. Like, what is up with this guy? Queen F5 check. Oh, no. Yeah, he goes Queen E4.
4 and take the rook or not.
Well, it looks like that's the idea. Do you throw in a rook to C2 check? Do you feel like that's the square that you want the white queen on before taking on H1?
Yeah, maybe taking here on H1.
Maybe not, Tanya. Rook C2. I take back with the queen, and queen H1, I block the queen.
Oh, and there's no check.
There's no check for you.
Very nice.
But if you do start with queen H1, king D2, I think you can win this one pawn, right? By checks, like queen check. I don't know, wherever you go.
E3? Okay.
King E3, queen G5 maybe.
Eve.
Check. And then you win this. And then perhaps this is... Oh, by the way, Leon is down to 18 minutes. So
Doesn't go for it.
he goes rook D3.
But this is tricky. You're relying rook G1 to come in with a check right now. White can save the rook. And black's king is not very safe. This is playing with fire, Leon Mendonca is.
I think this is tournament situation. He wants to play. He knows Pranesh has lost.
But
So
Leon
he's playing
should
for a win.
Leon should be okay with a draw because he goes to the tie breaks because Abhimanyu is losing totally.
How much risk are you willing to take in this match situation? You know, you can guarantee yourself a tiebreaker.
Yes.
Or do you want to go all out in this position where you could just be lost?
Or win the tournament. Everything is here.
High risk,
in this
high return.
moment for Leon.
Rook D3 played. He gives a check, Adiban.
And I think all three results possible.
Now definitely, with the majors on the board and both kings exposed.
Check and king h7 is
Only
kind
move.
of forced here because if you go king... Oh, there's also king h8 which is possible. Because if king f7 then e6 is very strong. No, he goes what? King h7. Okay. And now Adiban can actually try for an advantage with queen c5.
Yeah, he's going for it.
That looked like queen c5. That hand move felt like a forward one.
And then I think black is forced to trade queens with queen e3 check. But Tanya, why did he allow those two connected pawns for white?
You know, he's going to be suffering, Leon Mendonca, in this endgame because of the two connected passes that are so far advanced, but you have to do it. Queen e7 is game over otherwise. You need the queens off the board.
Yeah, you must play queen e3, takes, rook e3 and e6 with none of these pawns that you can capture. You could go rook g5 and
Vincent.
by the way, guys, we are going to have, oh my God, a huge blunder. Huge blunder by Leon, rook d7. While we have a champion of the Masters section here, a big round of applause to Vincent. And also, Anish here joining in, scoring a very important win in the last round. Guys, congratulations to both of you.
Well, mostly Vincent, I think. He's had a tremendous run, yeah.
I mean, Vincent, of course, incredible. But guys, before we start talking about your tournaments, just if we can have a look at the challengers' final moments, because therein is the champion going to be decided. Adiban versus Leon Mendonca. You see, Pranesh was on 6.5. He lost. So he's on 6.5. Abhimanyu was on 6. He's losing.
So Pranesh is...
And Leon, yeah, if Leon loses, then Pranesh, in spite of losing, might become the champion.
Yeah.
Okay, it looks really lost, yeah?
Yeah. No, it's also... Okay, you have to find ED, BC, rook D1.
ED, BC, rook D1.
Not so hard, but you need to, you need to find it.
Okay, yeah, actually I thought it's completely over, but then it's not.
Okay, the last final. Very often when you have to win the game, you have to calculate one more line, and then it's over.
Yes, this is just last line for Adiban. He has 2 minutes to work it out. I believe he will be able to do it. And Adiban actually will reach 6 points. He's played a fantastic event. this last round generally, when it's like everything at stake, such results do happen, yeah?
No, it was Vike, yeah, also. Like, both Gukesh and Prag lost last round in Vike. Yeah.
Yeah, but I just thought that in our tournament now, Vincent made sure there is no fun in the last round. I was even thinking, like, in the middle of the tournament, I wanted to suggest to Srinath, like, why do we play last round earlier? Because I saw there's not going to be any tiebreak. I mean, Vincent is going to take over the tournament. Like, around round 5, I thought to tell Srinath, let's just play the same time, because there's no need for tiebreak, you know?
Yeah. Oh, by the way, guys, this, what you said, has happened. Adiban is going to go Rook D1. And that would mean it's the end here. And we have also, Abhimanyu could draw. Guys, what is your feeling here? Can Abhimanyu draw this game?
I don't know, when I left it looked dead lost, but now... How can you draw this?
Yeah, such things, you know, when pawn is already on a7, they are like, it's already kind of over. You just have to figure out, there's nothing to play. Usually it's either lost or it's a draw.
Yes, it's
nothing to play.
Yeah, but if I just run with the king and...
You want to collect the e6, is there Zugzwang? Yeah, I think you come with king to e5, and then with rook on a6, king h7, you go king f6, and it's Zugzwang.
Also, you have infinite tempo moves on the king side, right? So...
Yeah, I think that
should we just...
the e6 pawn looks loose. Yeah, it looks also lost. Also, it helps the bar is saying it's lost, so we are more confident. But
right. Also feels wrong if it wasn't lost. Yeah, with this pawn structure.
Yeah, I think you need that pawn to not be lost. Like if the e6 pawn is like on f6, if it's a bit tighter, then it's a draw. But when the pawn is, I'm just gonna come attack the pawn, and then you have a Zugzwang, and you need king h7, only move king f6, and then it's another Zugzwang, and you lose the pawn. I don't see any. Sometimes there's some miracle setups, but I don't see here any miracle setups.
Right. Okay, so maybe Pranesh, in spite of losing, will become the champion in the challengers and go to the masters. We have both of you here, which is wonderful. Because Anish, if you don't mind me asking, what do you feel about Vincent's performance? He scored 7 out of 9. He's maybe going to win the tournament with a difference of 2 points. His performance was 2900 plus, gained 22 ELO points, I believe.
Yeah.
Or something, 21.
But who is counting, yeah?
We are fighting for top 10 and to 750.
Yeah, is there like top 10 handover ceremony where I give my top 10 spot to Vincent, like a crown or something like this? No, it's it's nice for me that at least I hope I'm going to be in and out of top 10 still many times, but at least this time that I'm out, I have a worthy successor. Let's say, don't give it to some rude people, who insult me, but give it to some nice gentleman. That's better. But no, since it's a tremendous player, I think this freestyle, it will probably go down in history as. In the end, when it will collapse, it will go down in history as that thing that turned Vincent into a monster. that will be the purpose and legacy of freestyle chess. Because I think what Vincent must have discovered, he was always very reliant on openings, I felt. And he was having a very narrow opening repertoire with both colors. It was crazy narrow, particularly rapid blitz, but also in classical. And this is usually, you do that when you feel that you're dependent on the opening. You have to play your lines, otherwise you're not very good. So in freestyle, Vincent must have seen that without any openings, he is very good. And now you see he plays completely different than he used to play before. He's no longer as predictable, and he wins a lot of games also with black here. Just changed his, and I think that really helped. Also the confidence boost must have helped him, because of course Vincent was always a great player. Like since he's like a little child winning Grenka, but you need some confidence boost on the way.
Vincent, we are just absolutely amazed by what you've achieved here.
Sorry, but the bar says
like I was about to say, like, how is this a draw?
Ooh, man, Abhimanyu is on the edge. Yeah, he's not letting it go. He wants the tie breaks to happen. Anish, you see, doing the tournament at 12 was for challengers.
How is this ever a draw?
Yeah, no, there is some sort of. Yeah, I understand. I think when I go king c5, I go rook a6.
No, I think we can just give both pawns. It's still a draw, because f pawn will not move.
Can you say?
Yeah, I think maybe it's just, I don't know, but it can't be, right? Like I will do.
Could be.
I mean,
What you are saying is just give up e4 and
it's
e6.
a hypothesis. Let's not I'm not sure. It's a hypothesis.
like how? Okay, so how do you want to defend any of those pawns?
Yeah, no, I was hoping I can defend them by. Yeah, you go to c5, king h6. You go king b5, rook a1.
I can just go to c6, no? I just go in like this.
Yeah, king d7, king d7. Yeah, I'm losing the pawn for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's just a draw
no, you
because
maybe.
he had to push g4.
So you.
No, he had to push
maybe
h3. No,
F3.
h3. H3. Yeah, I think he had to play h3.
And then after g4, just take because then
of course
G4
it's winning. Yeah, just h3.
Yeah, h3, g4, hg, hg.
Yeah,
Oh,
if he had played h3, it's completely winning. But like this, I think now it's a draw.
So sloppy. So sloppy.
So the point is that if let's say here g4, then the same position you will lose all the pawns.
Yes.
In the end, I will just win the e-pawns, which I also in the game, and then I put my king on g5, and I release my rook a7, king g4. But now I cannot do that because I cannot touch the h5 pawn, because the rook on the f5.
Yeah, I mean, just with king on f4, we wait with rook on a5, and g4 is not attacked anymore. So. And f3, we have rook a4, rook a3, we pick up that pawn.
So could we potentially like take these two pawns, try to go to g5 and settle down on
Don't get to g5.
Yeah, that's the problem.
You can't get there.
You can get both pawns, but you can't get to g5.
Got it.
Once you get to g5, it's over.
Yeah, king f4 is the only square from which you can reach. I put my rook on a5. And then after king f4,
and then you don't have
king h7. And I go king h7. Or, yeah, that's the only move, yeah. Wow,
And there's no
amazing.
f3 stuff also. There's a
So there is tie-breaking coming in this.
Okay, let's wait for the. Oh, even there will be.
I guess there's not.
No, but there will be some 3 against 2, which is not.
But which 3 against 2? Like, how do
because
you press? I don't see how to press. Like, if you trade the h for g, you have 2 against 1, but I don't see how do you even press. Maybe go king back to g2 and h3.
How did Arjun's game?
By the way, Arjun has just drawn this game, it seems. Yeah, this should be a draw, yeah? After b4, this was the last position. So they agreed to a draw, which means, Anish, you finished joint second in the tournament.
I was never in doubt. I mean, credit goes to Vincent. He beat everybody else. So my path was clear, the path for the second place was open. Vincent took care of the rest. I'm just behind his shadow, but it was, tremendous. But I think today you got horrible position, no? From the opening.
Yeah, no. The thing is, I got this
shape.
A3 stuff against Katsi back in London, and I had some bad memories, and I remember checking it briefly a few weeks ago, but I had no clue of how these lines go, and they're quite direct, like in Queen's Indian.
G6, yeah?
Yes, I played G6, which must be a very bad move.
I can pull up the board here.
Yeah, but Vincent, I was preparing there are many ways, yeah? There, you can play bishop e7, knight e4. You can play bishop e6.
Yeah, just...
but G6 is really bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, that's what happens when you let people play freestyle. They just completely lose a shape, starts playing some nonsense, and feels great.
At first, I thought I can take on f3 and go knight c6, but then just d5 and I lose immediately, I think.
d5, ed, yeah, I saw this. I mean,
you mean with g6 or without?
With here, I thought that. It's really, really bad.
There's the line knight c6, knight before, but here you can't even do this.
Yeah, like gf. No, EF is fine. No, here I wouldn't go knight c6. Then I can go like bishop, but gf is like.
Yeah. There is
engine
knight c6, knight c6. Yeah, but
engine prefers
a game. Knight c6, d5, knight d4, and c5. Some kind of theory-ish thing. I saw some game like this.
But with gf, I think. Yeah, you mean?
c5.
Yeah, but
GF also, I think. No. GF I can do the same or not?
No, but EF is not the...
EF is not great. Yeah, GF.
GF is like the critical move.
Yeah, maybe knight c6 also or not?
Yeah, like d5?
Maybe the same, knight d4, and then e3, knight f5. Yeah,
you see, you were laughing at my bishop f3. It's not so stupid.
No, bishop f3 is the... Yeah, I
have to
know
go.
the move. Without g6 also, I think I saw the move somewhere. There's some game like this.
No, but this is really
But
bad.
you know what I loved, Vincent, about this game is how you first placed all your pieces on wrong squares, and then you kind of said, okay, I need to reroute everything to the right
Only
place.
the bishops. The knights were... No, but okay.
No, you put your knight from here.
How did he play a4? I have no idea like what made him play a4. I mean, I play c6.
c6 especially, you're coming with a5.
c6 is like the worst. I really despite making this move because it will mean that forever after some knight a4 move I have issues strategically. I mean, I have b6 weakness. I cannot play b5 because c5 is weak. If it just goes knight e5, knight a4, it's only a question of how bad this position is. I think I'm quite solid.
Ray, he played against Fabi very badly. I think Ray is an E4 player, so he's not good at the D4 structures.
Yeah.
So this Carlsbad, he doesn't really enjoy them very much.
Yeah, but like A4, I also didn't see the purpose of playing A4. I mean,
Here, this is the point where you started taking over, and then bishop c8 and bishop f5. And I think from here, you must have felt confident, no, in the game?
okay, I was confident my position is nice, and compared to how shitty it was before, it's incredible. But still, to win was some work. Yeah, but it's incredible that actually this endgame is just completely lost. Yeah, I was also like that I could just trade all the pieces, and it's I think just dead lost.
Yeah, this reminds me of the game Fabi played against Ray. Exactly the same. Such a one-sided game. Amazing. Yeah, but I want to see, can you go back to like move 6, 7 in the game? I just want to see can you send me when you do Zoom call with Peter later today, can you send me his screenshot of his face? Make few more moves, please. See here. This I think is perfect. Can you make me a screenshot of...
I think bishop f4 already wasn't like the worst. If he goes bishop g5 and e3, knight e5, f4, I might just be...
So I think Peter he'll be...
I think this is fine already, yeah, after g3.
You think so, yeah? Yeah, no, g3 is a bit weird, yeah.
Okay, I thought bishop goes to g5.
I just e3 simply, yeah, just normal.
Yeah, because I have, like, how do I get out? I can't really play h6 because then I can never play f6 in my life.
Yeah.
And I'm in that pin. And...
Yeah, no, this position is Peter Rico, I don't know, if it's just, if he was my coach, I would never do this to him. Like, just...
I think you would be as, like, perfect student, yeah? You're, like, so much alike in your opinions.
Maybe that's the problem, yeah. Be a perfect student. Maybe you need to be a naughty student, to win Chennai Grand Masters. Very naughty, very naughty.
But amazing, yeah, Vincent. What hunger for playing for a win. What does this victory mean for you? Like, just tell us your emotions, because now it's all done. Yesterday I saw you had won the tournament, but you still wanted to win the last round, but now it's all over. How are you feeling?
Great. I mean, it's, I think, the highest performance I've ever had in classical chess, and also just very nice feeling to play good chess, and the event has gone fantastic. I think you mentioned it someday, yeah, that I have the habit of ruining very nice tournaments.
You should do it.
And I lost last round from a completely winning position against Donchenko in the German championship, 10 rating points gone. Last year I started, I think, like 6 out of 7 in Polanica, also strong round robin tournament, and lost last 2 games. So I was dangerously close to repeating that same mistake yesterday, and I'm very glad I didn't go that path.
Yesterday, the video that is there of yours against, you were playing Jordan, and that end game where you turned completely red and you thought like you are losing there, right?
No, I was just very annoyed with myself. I felt like it's very dangerous, it could be lost, but I didn't, like, I had never lost hope at least, but just...
Why did you play g5? What was the point exactly?
No, I just missed bishop d1.
Oh, wow.
And I thought basically the whole point of the g5, I was calculating he goes bishop g4, and how do I create winning chances? And then, of course, the same moment I played g5, I realized, okay, what the hell? He's just playing king b4, f5, take bishop d1, and I might actually just be lost. So the g6, by tempo, everything works. Yeah. What's also incredible is that this position after g6, hg, bishop g6, bishop c2, h5, I think it's mutual Zugzwang. Like,
yes.
If it's my move, I also have to resign.
Game with Jordan the previous day.
Queen c4, yes.
Same instruction. Yeah.
Maybe I can just...
It's crazy that this actually still works.
But it's good that for Vincent, like, I mean, most people when they win tournaments with 2 rounds to go, they sort of make draws because they're happy. But I am glad that finally your approach of going for maximum worked out in this tournament, and instead of ruining it, you made it even better than it could have been. So that was...
Yeah, also here, it's like everything is only move. If I don't have bishop c2, I lose. And
so you are saying this is a position of mutual Zugzwang?
Yeah, I mean, if it's my move, I have to resign. I think it's just no chance to...
Because king c3 is coming.
King c3 is coming, and then I'm lost.
Amazing.
No chance. Okay, actually,
hang on, king g5, king
bishop
f6?
d3 is, yeah, like... Oh, no, it can't.
No, it's winning, yeah. It's amazing. It's winning, yeah.
Yeah. And Vincent, could you tell us a bit about who was helping you during this tournament? Who were you working with?
Peter, yeah, it's not a secret. I mean, yeah, I guess probably today he was avoiding looking at the screen after a few moves because, as you said, these kind of things, you know, he really has a very pure understanding of chess and what's right and what's wrong and where to place pieces and everything. And obviously, he allowed king to go to h4.
King to h4. King to h4.
King to h4. This is crazy. He had to play like e4 and put this rook on a5. I told you it's not over.
Epic,
But I'm not even sure he will realize.
No,
Because it's not obvious.
But he will realize.
But it's not that obvious, right? Because like you move king
Had
to
to play
h4, you play
e4, right?
yeah, or rook a5. Doesn't matter. Just give this pawn. You have to get rid of that pawn.
You don't have to allow the king to get here. That's the main thing. And the moment he went here, now there's
sloppy.
just no way to stop this.
People so sloppy. You know, I realized when I played my games, also all my draws, the people nowadays, they're very, very strong. But the basic endgames, they are like playing with so much difficulty. Also against me, like I had some dead drawn endgames. My opponents were so worried and slow, and it seems that that's maybe still a skill that old harmless player like me can
Yeah,
try and utilize.
endgames are something that you also used it. Use it a lot when you want to grind out long games and so on.
Yeah, but sometimes even the really basic ones they're playing badly, like this one. Like there's like nothing to think about. It's like one thing to think about here. It's really amazing how poorly it's been played.
If white takes king e5, it would be like.
Yeah, but at this point he already realized everything. I think.
I mean, if you don't play king e5 instantly, it means he's thinking about something. And what else is there to think about? If he thinks he anyway has to take that pawn,
yeah, it's actually very easily winning. King h4. If
and then just rook e8.
take king takes.
g4, you push h pawn, you win e pawn. It's completely
you just
winning.
collect immediately, I guess. Yeah. Okay, there's some fight there, but not. Yeah, you can
But how?
try g4. Yeah, you don't take the e pawn, right? Or
Okay, I can, and also, but I don't need to.
yeah, you don't even need to probably.
You can just push. Yeah.
Yeah. That was the whole point, of course. That was the whole point of not taking on h6. I was hoping for this exact cheapo. I saw, yeah. No, so.
By the way, Anish, firstly, Tanya's question: Knight d7. Did you see bishop e3 here for Jordan?
Yeah, I saw. No, I saw after I made the move, and then I saw that I'm still holding here. It takes knight f6, I think, now. But I didn't see it when I played. No, I played knight d7 on seconds because I was seduced by the cheapo in the game.
Which was?
Like knight d7, bishop c1, knight c5, queen b4, then there is queen c2, queen h7.
That. But you kind of figured that Jordan would fall for it.
Yeah, I was hoping for that, yes. But also, what is the move on the bishop? Oh, knight g8? I did.
Actually, like if he
I
plays bishop,
considered only gh, but I have no time. What is gh? I was considering gh, queen f7, rook g8. I was not playing for a win in this position, and obviously, as you know, in general. No, actually, at the back of my mind was that I have like a win-win situation. If I lose, I get rid of my, I basically escape cyberbullying, and if I don't lose, then it's good too. So I felt free today. It's a win-win for me. Knight g8, okay, but I have like 1 minute. The game is it's such a stupid game. It's just crazy, actually.
I think if he plays bishop e3 and you're on seconds, it's very
But I saw that
basically lost, right?
No, but I would take knight f6. I feel it's perpetual. I didn't see a win.
Engine said like +2 or something, so.
Okay, but no, I mean, I'm supposed to lose, but you have to see from the whole game, it's a completely ridiculous game.
Actually, Anish, when he played bd2, were you shocked or not?
I was extremely happy because I realized he underestimated c4, and I thought I'm better. And
why would he allow it?
He blundered just.
He blundered what?
c4. Just with a blind spot. It's a somewhat anti-positional move where you normally you think you maybe go, but it's not. It's actually very positional. If white gets like b5 and rook c1, it's falling apart. But I have c3 thread, so I'm in time to protect with b5. And actually, there was completely ridiculous. Yeah, you went queen c2. I can go c3. I went b5. It's also good, I think. just better. Knight g5 he went. Okay, I went knight f6, e4. I could just include h6, h4. I mean, how can you not include it? No, h6, no?
But e5, epic move.
Yeah, but include h6, h4 and then do the same. It's much better, I think.
Yeah, then it's even better.
Of course, and there was one logic. So after ed, so yeah, long castle. I mean, it's anyway so stupid. Anyway, c3 is anyway bad for many reasons.
a5, right?
Yeah, but a5, yes, with h inclusion it was better. So c3 idea was that now after bishop e1, I can give queen f4 check, and in the other line, the knight is protected, and now it's not. So that logic made me do it without. And after c3, I realized that he has king b1. I completely blundered the move king b1.
Ah, you forgot that your queen was unprotected here.
Yeah, and I spent so much time on all this, and now I have to think again, and okay, a5, yeah, and I have no time in this very sharp position.
Yeah, in fact, at some point you got in trouble. Yeah,
No, but I mean, I think with my time, I worse the whole time, the whole way. Position is way too complicated, and it's just not good. Yeah, bishop g4 was wrong. I mean, I needed more time there. I don't know what's. It's very hard to, because I have clearly good position, but I need to back up my. You know, if I go ba a2 and nothing happens, I'm just a piece down because he has sort of a grip. So yeah, I want some material back. Yeah, and then this bishop h6 was a good shot in the dark.
You were like, you know, you were holding your hand on the knight. You were like, Anish can go knight g8, knight
It didn't
g8.
even occur to me knight g8. I mean, I was trying to activate the knight, not passivate it to g8.
I think once you see knight g8, you play it, right? And then you win.
I guess, but I loved so much that there is knight d7, knight c5, queen c2, queen h7, and this is so dirty, you know? This is so dirty. I saw it coming that somehow I was seduced by this. And also the knight d7, c5 was always the thing, yeah. Yeah, this is just over.
Guys, we might not have tie breaks in the challengers as well because of Iniyan winning, which means Pranesh might become the champion. Vincent, I just wanted to ask, today we were saying that Vincent is not going to play for a draw or just he'll fight because winning this tournament is just one step in the direction of where he wants to go this year. The candidates reaching top 5 in the world, maybe 2800. Is this the right understanding we have? Are you also thinking this way?
Yeah, I mean, the tournament was over in terms of standing, so I was only playing for my own feeling and rating. Actually, I was planning to be solid today, but then he surprised me, and I thought it's maybe not so smart to go to main lines, and that's why we ended up in this very fighting position. So it hasn't been like that I have planned this the whole night, that, okay, how do I get the game? How can I be active?
Yeah, we also have to always give credit. I think we have to be grateful now. We have to always give credit to our opponents who do this. Because if like Ray wanted to try to make a draw against you, it would be much harder for you to...
Yeah, no, I think he clearly wanted to play. I mean, he can just go e4 and choose any normal draw, and he also not. I mean, it would be incredibly stupid from my side to play weird lines to avoid a draw. I mean, with a draw, I would still be in top 10, finish a great tournament, and life would be nice. So there's no reason to do anything very stupid. But yeah, it was an interesting game, and also then thanks to him for not making that draw.
Which one would you call your favorite game from here?
I think the game against Karthikeyan, I felt it's like the cleanest one. It was, I mean, I'm not playing e4 that often, but I have my ideas when I do it. So it's always the question that normally I felt that even if I get a good position, there's the question of whether I managed to utilize it because I don't really know the structures so well. But in that case, it worked well. So I got a very nice position out of the opening, and Ping played a more or less, at least from a human point of view, flawless game. That was very nice.
And when did you, like after bishop c6, were you out of book right away, or?
I knew that bishop c6 is a move, but not a very good one. So I knew it should be like slightly better for me now. And I felt that in my mind, like I remembered some very far ideas with like in this
h4h5, did you come up with that yourself, or?
Mostly, yeah. I mean, I was...
Because I was quite like later after the game, I checked the game, and I was quite impressed with the game. Like, especially if you didn't know after bishop c6, then they played out really, really well.
No, I mean, I spent already 5 or 10 minutes for queen d3. So.
Yeah, but you all spent time, but you guys have everything written down anyway. So that's why I'm checking if you...
You know, I'm pretty sure it's written in the file, but that doesn't mean that I remember. So.
Okay, but you have seen it before. But have you seen h4? Is h4, h5 somewhere in the file or not?
Okay, somewhere for sure, yeah.
Okay.
Some h4, h5.
Okay. Vincent's fake news. Finally, Vincent's not as genius as we thought. Go home, everybody. All written down in the file.
I think for you that goes for most things, right? I have many things in files, but you have still 10 times more. So.
Modern chess, modern chess.
But Vincent, we have your dad here, Christoph. He has been there. We see him at tournaments in India with, it's a lot more different than playing in Europe. And having him around, could you tell a bit about his role and, how did it feel having him around here?
Yeah, well, it's really nice. I mean, basically, I think it's very underrated to feel well during a tournament, like from a human point of view, because that can really influence the way you play. And in that way, here, even though like I have a good relation with most of the players during a tournament, you will most of the time not really have very friendly friendship-like interactions because everybody's focused on their own tournament and there is some sort of competition. So to have someone with you that also takes care of everything, and also sometimes, there can be some stuff coming up during the tournament that if I had to take care of it myself, it will be kind of annoying, and that's something he can take away from me and therefore give me more energy to focus on the game. So it's just generally helpful, I think. Yeah.
Amazing. And where will we see you next in action?
Yeah, I'll play the Grand Swiss, so that's the next thing. It's also rather soon. I think the flight is in around 2 weeks, so that's not too far away.
But at least you get to go back to home, not like hop from one tournament to another, which you've been doing since Las Vegas, Riyadh.
Yeah, I mean, I will have a training camp with the German national team, so it's not really going home, but 1 week I will have.
It's insane, yeah, Anish. This schedule of now top players changed completely, I think, in the last couple of years, no? Like, it's just back to back, or not?
I think it used to be this, I mean, back in my day, it used to be the same. But then COVID, of course, disrupted the whole thing. And now we are recovering. But now players can choose. Like Vincent, for example, this sort of tournament, you don't have to play this tournament. For example, you could only play the World Championship cycle events. But of course, the ambitious kids and some desperate grandfathers are trying to keep good classical shape, and they play a lot. I mean, Pragnananda plays also crazy, yeah, like Kuki obviously as well, Arjun also, and Vincent also is playing a lot. And I think it's benefiting nowadays. Yeah, you have to play a lot because also before, when we were having these training camps, we were looking at the opening theory, and it was much more meaningful than now. You would look at the same position for like 2 weeks, and you would have gotten enough material to work with for next 2 years. People would never catch up. But now, sitting 2 weeks looking at the same position is just wasting your time. So actually spending those 2 weeks in Chennai, beating everybody, is a better way of spending time than doing this. So yeah, it's kind of a bit funny because I also have training camp, but not with the national team, but...
Not with the German national team this time.
Yeah, this sounds... who is your coach? Is it a secret or...?
I'm not sure whether it's a secret, so I will not say for now.
And guys, to both of you, what is your aim till the end of this year, 2025 end, if you could share? But maybe Vincent first.
Yeah, so first of all, take the rating up, not down. And second of all, there will be World Cup and Grand Swiss, so playing well there and hopefully getting a candidate spot. That would be, of course, amazing. But already, if I can play good events and finish the year, that would also be fine, but of course that would be like the cherry on top.
Beautiful. I was also like this once upon a time, like Vincent. I also wanted my rating up, and, hopefully candidates, but if not, it's okay. Now I know that you really need the candidates. You really need it. Before you know it, it's too late. So, yeah.
So you would say the aim is the same?
No, different. I used to be like Vincent also.
But what would be your...
I used to prioritize my rating and general growth or World Championship cycle. But, when you get the feeling that you are running out of time is when you start to, start to be more into the World Championship cycle than these things. And also, you've tried to improve as a chess player for 10 years. You failed, and you realize, okay, that it's all relative. You never improve, and you just, yeah. But for sure, I mean, Vincent is. Ideally, you have both, yeah. And usually it comes both, the rating and the candidates and everything. Like for someone like Mukesh, So.
Amazing, Vincent. Thank you so much for coming here. Anish, thank you to you as well, and both of you for entertaining us with some amazing games. Guys, a huge round of applause to Vincent and Anish. Thank you, guys. And guys, as Vincent and Anish perhaps go towards the fan zone, we have the final moments in the challengers, and Tanya joining us here. Insane how this tournament has turned around in the challengers. I think Pranesh was meant to win this title, yes?
It was written in the stars, right? You lose the last game and then you're staring at a tiebreaker. You come into the last round first as a sole leader. You're playing the lowest seed of the tournament, the underdog in the tournament, and you feel like you've completely done the hard part, you're going ahead, and then you lose that game. And then there are this chasing pack. You have to do it all over again if you're lucky in a tiebreaker. And the way it's all turned around, Abhimanyu losing, Liang losing. And it looks like Pranesh will go on to win the tournament in pole position. So crazy things happening in Chennai, but very well deserved for Pranesh.
True. Although I think I've seen this endgame end in a draw once. That was, I think, Vidit against
Dingliren.
Yeah, in some World Rapid.
No, it was Tata Steel.
Tata Steel, yes. I've seen it happen once. So maybe Abhimanyu has also seen that endgame, and he's still hoping for some trick there. But of course, I think this game is...
With 30-second increment and 7 minutes, I don't think Iniyan is going wrong here.
There are certain positions in this endgame with a connected passer where you have to be careful on the 6th rank whether you push the G pawn or the H pawn. And I think H6 is the right decision there. That has been taken by Iniyan. In some positions, if you push the G pawn, you don't have the hiding squares for your king. But it looks like he knows exactly what he's doing.
Yes. And just to put things into perspective here, guys, with this victory, Iniyan will move to 5.5. With the win in Adiban's win, he moved to 6 points. What a tournament this has been for Adiban. And actually, Pranesh will be the only player on 6.5 points. And so many players then ending on 6, right? Abhimanyu, we have Liang, Adiban. Is there anyone else who 3 of them ended on 6?
Wow. And the birthday boy wins again. Yeah, it's always just a trend.
Yeah. Did you meet Adiban?
Not yet, but I think he'll be very happy. He'll be in a happy mood now. We'll get to meet him for sure. Maybe cut the cake later as well. For now, I think this is the game. You can see the pain on Abhimanyu's face, right?
And I think the plan for White is pretty straightforward. He's going to White will put the king on G6, threaten a back rank checkmate, forcing the black rook into defense. Once the rook goes into defense, the white king will move over to H5. And then the G pawn starts pushing forward. So I think you start with king G6 here.
Okay, threatening a mate.
You give a check.
Okay.
To stop that checkmate. The king comes back to the other flank. And now if you go rook to A1, you can push G6.
No, but check and G6 is over, right?
Yes. So you don't even need to push G6.
So you have to go back to rook A8 and now G6.
And this is why you need your king on H5 and not F5 so that the king guards H6. After check, king H7, you would have G6 in that position. If we just go back.
Where?
Right here. For example, rook A1. And this is why white needs the king on the H5 square. So that rook comes in with a check. G6 is mate because your king defends the H6 pawn. So the right square for the white king from our live board, and all that Iniyan needs to do to win the game is to get it to H5.
Right. Okay, so what you are saying is if check here, then would lose this pawn and that would be a draw. Nicely pointed, yeah. So king G6, king H5 maneuver. And then there's a little bit of work to be done because then when black remains passive here, we might have to do some effort of getting the king out, but I think that's not so tough.
Sometimes you walk the king all the way up to the 7th rank and just give that check as well on e8 or some other square just to avoid any drama. But I think
Something like this, yeah?
Yeah. Now you walk the king up. You have to be careful though, yeah? No stalemates.
And now threatening a mate, so goes here and king e7 with rook d8.
Yeah.
This should be a good technique.
Well, he doesn't go for the king moves. Instead, he's calculated another line. He first puts the rook on the 7th rank, gives a check, gains some time on the clock.
Maybe he does it straight away, yeah, Tanya, like king h8, just g6, and it should be good enough.
But then yeah, it's still good enough. I was wondering if you can start giving checks from f1, and where is your king hiding on e8, you probably go over to.
Yes. And this should be...
And then rook f8, just make sure you don't take... Is it rook f8?
You know, I was just about to ask, is there a way we can go wrong? And suddenly you found it. Wow.
But how do you hold this position?
Is this a draw? Guys, this is not the live game position. Please don't be shocked. This is just analysis.
All right, but he's played g6. Has he played it at the right moment? Because you have to be very careful.
He has played g6. We could... Oh, but he went to g8. So he didn't give him this opportunity.
To go wrong. And now he's threatening a checkmate.
But what was that opportunity?
Yeah, let's take a look at that. Let's try to find it. How is black holding this? Is it...
Anyone black to play?
Is it rook f6?
Yes. Amazing.
And you provoke g7 because once that's on the board, you move the king and the h6 pawn falls by... It's going. It's over. Maybe you have to set up this trick, this last trick.
This endgame is tricky, a little bit tricky sometimes.
If Abhimanyu holds this to a draw and forces tie breaks, that would be the biggest flip of this year, yeah?
But he looks very dejected on camera. You know, Abhimanyu leading for the most part of the tournament. Exceptionally strong and tricky player. And feeling like if he does that, he gets that shot into tie breaks. He's checking, but the white king will just hide behind the rook. Walk across the board. Maybe he's even just coming back.
He's just walking to the rook now, yeah? Check.
But then once rook c8 goes, you need your king again, right?
Oh, he's coming back.
He's going to keep checking till the white king is as far as it can get and then bring his rook back to the 8th rank.
I mean, it hasn't ended yet, yeah? I mean, it technically could have by now.
Oh, now he's coming up.
Yeah.
So you came down, forced the rook back, now coming up. And Iniyan Abhimanyu has to remain on the last rank with his rook.
And I think the winning plan is you go all the way to c7, attack the rook. The rook is running out of squares. The rook will go to a8. Then you attack it on b7. Your rook cannot leave the 8th rank. There's checkmate. You'll be forced back on another square. And then rook c7, rook c8 you can't avoid.
Yes, that's a good plan.
Just a very straightforward, clear-cut path. Yeah, very tough for Abhimanyu.
Very tough. Are all the other games over? This is the last one.
Yes.
Yes, and wow, Pranesh, what a run, what a tournament, earning his spot into the Challengers, and he's earned his spot into the Masters.
Yeah, amazing. I mean, he wouldn't have imagined that he could lose and make it, but I mean, he did the hard work already in the first 8 rounds, so... and also a big breakthrough for him because he crosses 2600 ELO again. He had crossed it before, but now he's back into 2600 zone.
Imagine the roller coaster of emotions, yeah? He loses, realizes he's washed it up somehow. Then he sees, okay, Leon is winning. This is not turning out. He's depressed. And suddenly he sees, okay, wait, Puranik is worse. Suddenly, oh, what? Like, this must be an insane day for him. I don't know if we can get his thoughts at some point.
Can we get him here? Is Pranesh here by any chance?
We're going to check on that. And I think it's also for a player, you know, a young player like Pranesh, this opportunity to play here is one thing. And then going on to win it, to get that chance to play with the big boys next year in the Chennai Masters. But also the prize money, right? Getting that first place because it goes right back into the sport. It gives them the chance to work with some of the very strong trainers, to improve their game, to perhaps go play some of those big tournaments. So it's, I think, a very, very important win. in his career timeline for Pranesh to come at this point.
Absolutely, and he'll be back at the Masters next year, so that's a golden opportunity. And meanwhile, the last game going on, 8.5 minutes each, no stress. The king is walking up to the 7th rank soon, and Abhimanyu will have to resign. King G8.
And that whole plan of just trying to trade the rooks, king b7, rook c7, and unfortunately for Abhimanyu, the black rook is helpless, the position is hopeless, and these are the last few moments of the challengers.
Rook c7, like you said, Tanya. The fastest way to win here, with the idea of rook c8.
It's the last move of the tournament, and there it is. Pranesh wins the Chennai Grand Masters Challenges, booking his spot into the Masters in 2026.
Yes, and look at Abhimanyu there saying, I should not have given a check.
You can see the emotions in real time, I think. This really meant a lot to him, to all the players fighting for that spot.
What a day for Pranesh as well, right? To lose a game and yet to become a champion. हारने वाले को कहते हैं.
Wow, there we have Pranesh.
Exactly.
Oh yeah, he's the bazigar of the tournament. To lose and then to yet win. That's amazing. हार के भी जीतने वाले को बाजीगर.
हार के भी जीतने वाले को बाजीगर कहते हैं.
Great graphic there, by the way.
And we'll try to get Pranesh here perhaps. But guys, all the games of the tournament have been completed. In the challengers, we have had some results apart from these top board games. We have Aryan Chopra beating Harika. We have Diptayan Ghosh beating Vaishali. And Iniyan winning against Abhimanyu. Adiban beating Leon. And Pranesh losing to Harshvardhan. And in the Masters, we have a draw between Arjun and Karthi, a Wander and Vidit Drew, Anish winning against Jordan, Vincent beating Ray Robson, and Nihal Sarin scoring a win over Pranav V.
There we see the results, and Tanya and Sagar, I have a question for you.
Yes.
So in the first two editions, we saw how this tournament changed the life of one person each. It was Gukesh, then Arvind. Who do you think that player is now, potentially? Vincent, yeah?
Yes.
Tradition shows it, right? The champion of Chennai Grand Masters goes on to do big, big things. Vincent, with his win here, also crossed over to that world top 10 ranking for the first time. Finishes it on such a high, and the kind of confidence boost that it gives you, it sort of sets you on a path, you know, for what's coming up. He mentioned it, his aim for 2025, and I think the stars in Chennai all aligned for him. So I would agree. I think Vincent's been the standout performer of the tournament, and Pranesh in the challengers.
Right. And for Pranesh also, it's a big thing. I think I'm actually expecting Pranesh to rise up the ranks in the next year before this. Maybe reach around 2650 at least. And yeah, we might get another super GM from India thanks to this tournament. And this is exactly the reason why we need such events in India. The Chennai Grand Masters, a big, big shout out to Quantbox and the organizers of the event MGD1 for putting this together.
Yeah.
Just brilliant stuff for Indian chess.
And that's a fantastic point, you know, because of course there are the big names from India, right? You've got Pragnananda, you've got Arjun, you've got Gukesh, who get those invitations, who have the platform now being at the absolute elite to fight against the best in the world. But it is the likes of Karthikeyan and Pranesh and Abhimanyu, Puranik, Leon, Mendonca, who perhaps don't have as many opportunities, which is why we also see the hunger in them when they get that chance.
True. And you know, the next event is going to be grander, of course, as it usually is. One question again for both of you. If you could invite one player to the next event, who would it be?
That's a great question. So one in Masters, one in Challengers?
Yeah, that would be fair.
I mean, in the challengers, I think it's been all India based. So I think...
I'd love to see Divya to come back in the Challengers.
That's a good one.
You know, as a World Cup winner, Olympiad gold medalist, I think it would be amazing to watch her fight. Maybe by then she's also...
Won the candidates.
And she's in the Masters for all we know. But I'd love to see her in Chennai. And I think in the Masters...
Yeah, I think it's a great question. I mean, everyone would love to see Magnus coming here.
I was just thinking, that would be the obvious pick.
If Magnus would like to play, I mean, that would be epic. There's also Hikaru, if he's playing. Both of them play a little less classical chess these days. So we may not know, then maybe Caruana would be amazing to have here because he's like one of the best classical players in the world of chess right now.
So you basically just took the name of the top 3 in the world. Said call any one of the holy trinity of chess.
We can have Pragnananda and Gukesh also playing here. While Gukesh did play the first edition, Prag has never played yet.
Yes. Oh, yes.
Lovely to have Prag playing in his... Maybe he could travel from his home here.
I think I would also love to see, the younger generation from Uzbekistan here. Nodirbek Abdusattorov, Javakir Sindarov, who's impressed us so much. The rivalries of India versus Uzbekistan becoming a bit of a legend in itself. So I think that would be very exciting. Maybe an Alireza Firouzja in the mix as well.
Yes.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, I mean, as it keeps growing, I think more and more players will keep coming. And yeah, this is a boon for Indian chess. So thank you all for being here. Is Pranesh coming here? If Pranesh can join us, then we would wait. Or else, guys, we've done everything from here. We've covered it. And I think we have a few players in the fan zone. And okay, for now, Pranesh is busy with certain things and maybe we'll do his interview separately. Thank you all for coming here. Thank you, Tanya,
It's
for
been
being
awesome.
here. Sahil Bhai, epic. We had Sehaj in the commentary. We had Kincho. We had Rakesh Kulkarni. And it was such an epic 9 days we had. It started with small fire that happened in the hotel, and then there was a lot of fire on the board. I think a beautiful event comes to an end. Thank you all. See you again next year. Bye-bye.